All right, here we go.
Yay.
Once I see it come on through. All right, guys, we are on the air. We're live from the YouTubes. And this week we have a special guest and a special circumstance of our podcast. You'll notice it's not a wiener fest in here anymore, sausage fest. So we have...
Oh, there's at least one taco.
We got a little bit of taco in there. Oh, first guest that's popped in the chat. Say hello to Jess, aka Det.
Oh, how I love you. I'm trying to pull this up on.
All right. So before we get going too much further into tonight's podcast, I want to introduce a very wonderful, wonderful person, friend, and sister from another mother. A person that's not afraid to put me in my place to show they love me. Sam, Sweet Little Raz, SeventhChakraSam. Any of these names are acceptable, I think. Stare, Bear, Care. I said it wrong. AKA one of my best friends, Sweet Little Raz. So I'm going to let her introduce herself. She can plug whatever she wants to plug, whether it be a hole or somebody's hole, my hole, or an actual link. I'm going to give her the mic now.
Thank you for that really cool, weird introduction. Hi, I'm Sam, Sweet Little Raz, SeventhChakraSam. You could call me Peaches if you want. Some people called me that in high school. It was a weird time, but anyway. I run a blog and a podcast and an Onlyfans and all kinds of social media sites. So at SeventhChakraSam on TikTok, on Instagram, and on OnlyFans. And on Twitter, it's just SeventhChakraSam.
And that is in the description, by the way.
It's down there. And then Sweet Little Raz on everything too.
Cool. And I'll add her other links in there after the podcast is done, recorded.
There's an unforgivable amount of links for me.
The entire description will just be her links. There won't be anything else.
It'll look like a whole paragraph. Like, man, he really... Oh, no, those are just links.
Those are just hers. So, about a week ago, I feel kind of bad because I kind of blew off my friends that I was playing Phasmophobia with, but we were playing Phasmophobia about a week ago. And I seen that Sam was streaming and she was doing it just chatting and she was hanging out and talking about all kinds of stuff. And I needed to take a poop break while I was streaming because I was like, man, I got to poop. So I go in there and I poop. And I have the theory of like, if I watch your stream while I'm pooping, you're pretty damn entertaining, right? Because like when you're pooping, you're like reading something or you're scrolling through Facebook or you're playing a game. But like, this person's entertaining enough to fulfill my desire to play like something on my phone or flip through TikTok for 45 minutes while pooping, right? So anyways,
I'm honored.
So it's really an honor. It's a compliment. So we're scrolling through there though, and I'm watching her stream, and she is just talking about all kinds of stuff like Sam does. And I said, hey, Sam, you want to come just hang out? You had just had like tweeted about having a rough day and not feeling too well. And I was like, let's just hang out and chat. She's like, yeah, I'd like that. And she thought I was done streaming and just wanted to chat. I was like, no, get in my Discord. Let's actually talk and just about whatever. And it was so much fun that I decided to invite her onto our podcast this week because I just feel like I could literally talk to her until the sun comes up, which I would love to do tonight, but I have to work tomorrow.
Sleep. We are voting tomorrow.
Oh, you guys are voting. Very good.
Yeah. Early voting ends tomorrow in Tennessee, so we're going tomorrow.
If you're in Tennessee and you're not, or you are registered to vote, you should go vote early. Do your part. We did that Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we did our part. Maybe it was yesterday. I don't remember, but it was one of those days. We voted though.
What day is it?
I don't know. I thought it was Wednesday earlier, like straight up for real. So I decided to bring her on because I thought she would be a very interesting person to talk to because we talk about literally everything. And for those of you that do not know her, she is going through a very awesome part of her life and dealing with a lot of not awesome parts of her life. And she's been very open to sharing her experiences and not only helping herself grow as a person, but also wanting to help others along the way. Not just her friends closest to her, but literally anybody. So I just was like, I want to bring her on. I feel like this is somebody that could maybe share some of her whatever she wants to share. This is her time, and maybe help somebody here, or at least be introduced to somebody that might be able to help you.
The pressure.
Oh yeah. No. You have to you gotta like up that now.
Right. Yeah, no, that's you hit the nail on the head. That's basically my whole game. Like, I don't think people normally talk so openly about the things that they're going through.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I've only found a few people whose writing voice I really enjoyed, who shared experiences in a way that was like both graceful and eloquent, but like raw and real. So I was really inspired by just literally really one writer. Her name is Mama Laughlin. And if I ever get big and I get to meet her in person, I'll just be so excited.
What's her name? I want to look her up.
Mama Laughlin. It's Laughlin. I had to think about it. I was like, LAF. But I started reading her blog whenever I was still with my ex. So I've just been following her for so long, and her writing voice is so, I feel like I can hear her voice, and that's what I wanted to do. So I started writing, and I shared everything from all of a sudden got bashful, from trauma to my very first like recollection of an anxiety attack. That's my favorite thing. I mean, like, I've written some real raw and like some really emotional, powerful pieces, but baby's first anxiety attack is my favorite thing I've ever written, just because she's so sweet and small and cute. And of course it's about me whenever I'm 4. So
yeah,
but anyway, I digress.
That's not digressing. That's totally on topic because we can talk about whatever we want.
Right. So from anxiety attacks to sexual trauma to intimacy, my journey through intimacy and receiving safe, intimate touch has been, can I curse on this?
Yeah.
A fucking roller coaster.
Oh my God. I've never seen you get so serious about cursing. You're like, wait, am I allowed to do that? All of a sudden the YouTube mod just goes in there, woo, 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 woo. Gotta take the channel down. She said, fuck.
With fervor. So I didn't want anybody to.
You were totally fine. You're allowed to curse.
I'm eloquent and I curse like a sailor. So
I'm eloquent.
I'm the total package. But yeah, I started the podcast. Well, I did start the podcast after the blog, and after so many people were like, I can hear you whenever I read your writing, but I want to hear your voice. I want to hear you saying these things. And I was like, fuck it, I'll make a podcast then.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. And so finally I got the lady balls to do it after 2 years of people just constantly telling me,
Yeah, and
make a podcast.
I think it's pretty awesome that you have, because a lot of people think they want to do it and then they just never go for it. And I think the biggest thing is just doing it. You know, you
It really
do it,
is.
and you know, it may take time to build an audience, but even if you only have one person, it's still an audience.
Right.
So it's really cool that you're taking the time to share this stuff. And I also think it's very cool that whether that be a friend or somebody or just somebody that you've never met before encouraging you to do that, that's very cool that they took the time to do that.
Right. Yes, I have many people to shout out. Actually, a book I have that I'm writing
Okay, so
is
this
because
is actually new to me. I didn't know this. Okay, so I'm getting, you guys are actually getting insider scoop information. I'm like the, what's the one channel that always like gets
E?
no,
E?
like they are.
Oh, TMZ or whatever
yeah,
the
I'm
fuck.
like the TMZ of Raz right now. I'm like, I got the insider scoop. But guess what? I didn't have to pay her $700 for the news, so I get first dibs.
You do. We should charge entry.
We can make money off this. Millions of dollars.
And then we'll use it to Care Bear stare so many people. It'd be great. So,
Yeah.
oh crap. What was I going to say?
We were talking about, shit. What were we talking? Damn it. My insider scoop knowledge is overrunning this podcast. Damn it. Oh yeah. Inspiration to like, write your book, the book.
So Gypsy, Kayla, it actually, like, I was telling her how I came about, like, my most like recent and most profound piece of like sexual healing. And it was, if you want the long story, you got to go to the blog, SeventhChakraSam.com, or to the podcast, which you can find through the blog. Just go to the website. I pay money for that thing. Go to the website.
Real dollars. I paid real dollars.
I paid real dollars and doll hairs. I had to pick so many doll hairs.
I had to send so many doll hairs.
And the envelopes, they don't hold them well. They slip out.
Yeah.
So you have to get the bubble wrap ones.
Or they get stuck in like the part where you lick. Yeah.
And don't get me started on mixing up your hair with your dog hair. Anyway, so I'm writing this book because Kayla told me, she was like, after she heard me talk about, long story short, I was able to like forgive, and not only forgive, but send love to, like, actively shower with love and light, which, you know, I do whenever I'm driving, just to the masses. I just send love and light out while I'm driving. But I was specifically focusing on the person who abused me whenever I was 2. I was trying to find the right words. I just couldn't say the other words that I want. Anyway.
Yeah. Context is there. It's fine.
Right.
We got you.
Yeah. So I was abused when I was 2 by a man, and I was able, this has been over a year in the works, but of intense therapy and intense self-work and intentional self-work. And so I didn't just arrive at this space where I was like, oh, I forgive you. Like, no.
Yeah. Well, nobody just wakes up and feels that way. It takes a lot of time, no matter the what they're trying to overcome, I think.
Right.
Obviously, there's different levels of severity, but I think depending on what it is you're dealing with, it's not something where it's like, oh, I had a bad day and now tomorrow I'm over it. It takes, like you said, a lot of time, self-healing and stuff like that.
So I'm telling this story to Kayla, like I do, all animated and shit. Like I was all over y'all's apartment. And and she said, okay, after it, she was like, I have fucking goosebumps everywhere because I like did this big reveal at the end.
Mhm.
And she was like, write a book, Sam. Write a book, Sam. I was like, okay. And she was like, and people need to see you say that. You need to have a live show. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to have a live show.
Yep.
I want to have a live show. Like a Netflix special or some shit. Catch
Sam,
me at
the
Red Rock
animated
Theater.
edition. And you're like this, walking around everywhere telling your story. like the day we were in the car
Just
driving
color.
back to your house, and I was
Yes.
horrified, but also laughing like intensely at while I was scared at the same time. I was like, we're gonna die, 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 we're gonna die. But this is so funny.
Oh my God. Not because my driving was bad, but because
No.
I was able to drive so well while laughing so hard with my whole body.
Yes, quite literally, your entire body was in that laugh. I was very impressed. So, how's Bob looking for you tonight? I told him to get dressed up and ready for you because I know
He
how
looked
into.
so handsome.
Yeah, he's looking good these days, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Beard's nice, and he just got his hair repermed. Yeah.
New treatment.
Yeah, new treatment.
And you can tell he just got done peeling the wax paper off and then adding that little bit where it's tree that comes out over where the contact paper was. Oh shit. That contact paper peel gets me every time.
It's one of my favorite parts of like the not fully filled canvas paintings that he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
yeah.
how we just like fully brought him full live. Like he is here. He is alive. He's in the moment with us.
He is. Hi, Bob.
So everything that we've been talking about, which I think is dope as hell, by the way, might I add that you are powerful enough within yourself to do that, right? And it also helps to have friends that encourage you. I'm not, doing like, not like patting myself on the back or anything, but I will say I do see a lot in you and Jonathan and what you guys are trying to do. And that's why I do, as a friend, want to encourage you guys. If I didn't think you guys could do it, I wouldn't encourage. You guys are awesome people. You're very honest. You're very real. And you guys are very, you know who you are as people.
Yeah.
Right. And I respect that. And then you yourself, you have these stories that you tell and you share with me and you share with Kayla. And that's why we encourage you guys, specifically you, with all this stuff. And we support you so much because, and we can talk about we can get more into like the OnlyFans stuff and things like that, because I do think those are, for lack of better words, can be controversial for some people. And in terms of context of like, why is this person doing this? You're only doing this because you want to, you know the things that people say. You're only doing it because you want attention, or you're being some form of a derogatory term as far as a woman is concerned. Like you're being a slut or you're being a whore. There's so much more depth and volume to what you are doing, and I can honestly, for the first time, say, listening to you and talking to you about it, I 100% wholeheartedly support you, and I never like questioned you telling me what you were going to pursue in any negative light. So I want to I do want to take the time and the opportunity to talk about it, and you give an education as far as, again, everything is your reality is your perception. So I want you to provide your perception to everybody listening as far as why you're doing what you're doing, like how you're basically taking all of this stuff that you're sharing. And again, this kind of is why I asked you that at the beginning before we started. So if you don't want to answer some stuff, you don't have to, or at all. I can't hear you. You were cutting out.
Oh, I said I'm here for it.
Oh, okay. So I want to know how you're taking all of this energy, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what it is. Your experiences translate to energy. I want to know how you're taking that energy, that information, and you're translating that into all of these things. Like, what about it specifically inspired you? I know we kind of talked on that, but like, what is inspiring you to continue sharing this stuff? Like, what are you seeing as a result with other people hearing it? Because from my experience, because I'm very similar to you as far as sharing my feelings, sharing my experiences, I like talking about how I feel. Sometimes I'm very, very bad at translating that externally, but I'm not afraid to talk about how I feel. And I think it scares a lot of people. It makes people very intimidated that somebody can talk about their feelings and what they're experiencing. You know, my stream has seen me cry on it before, like talking about loss and death. They've seen me get really mad at like a game. I'm a very like expression filled person. I'm not afraid to show that. So I feel like you're very similar in that sense. So more or less, I guess what I'm getting at is, how are we taking all of that energy, and what is your main focus and long-term goal, like with that content that you're translating that into, I guess?
Okay. I use sign language to keep notes for myself.
Okay, that's totally fine, because that was a lot. That was like a really long spiel, because I'm long-winded.
So, Okay, for background, I've always been a little bit of an E for exhibitionist. So those people who are exhibitionists like to be seen. And of course, it's in varying degrees. Some people want to be seen to the point where they're like pushing their kink on others and flashing them in public. Me, I have an OnlyFans because I want to be seen, but in a way that isn't like harassing my neighbors with my, windows wide open, and like nobody's asking for that.
Yeah.
Well, except for the people who are asking for it and paying for
subscribed to that.
So that's always kind of been my thing. I was really free with my body, kind of like I was definitely like a little hippie child whenever, even in my teens, like all my friends saw my boobs. I loved being topless. And so it wasn't until I started dating my ex before Jonathan that I started having shame in showing my body, because they didn't want anyone else to see what it was they had, basically, is how they felt about me. So I really shoved that down in a way. And then that, along with so many other aspects of myself, were shamed, and I was made to feel like the things that made me an individual and made me so much myself, that those things were bad and shameful. So that in and of itself is really traumatic. When you come out of a relationship, when I finally did, I had a breakdown one night because I was like, I have no idea who I am anymore. Who am I? And so Jonathan, bless his heart, he got to have that Sam. That's the Sam he started with, was
who am I?
Are you my mother? Like, I don't know what to do.
So yeah, so and I feel like that's a common issue. I think that's always been an issue in relationships, right? Which there's some kind of traumatic thing that's happened to, if it's a man, and the man in that situation, right? There's something that happened to them to make them like that towards their significant other, right? Like something traumatic happened to them, but that's not what we're talking about, obviously. But as a very common issue, I feel like in relationships, specifically in America, I'm sure other places around the world, but I see it a lot where women are almost afraid at times to go out or do other things because they're afraid of upsetting their husband or their boyfriend. Because their boyfriend, at the end of the day, what that comes down to is they're insecure about who they are and what they bring to the table, and they're worried about the girl. They emphasize and worry, assume the worst is going to happen. Oh, if she wears that blouse that shows a little cleavage, that might have some men be like, oh, that's nice. And at the end of the day, that's all that happens. But in that guy's mind, he's playing some crazy, like, beginning of a porno scenario through his head.
Yes, with absolutely no trust in the person who is going and doing. Like, oh Lord.
And now that you say that, that must truly have a very heavy psychological impact on a person receiving that kind of like behavior.
Like, my body was something that I, first of all, shouldn't be proud of, because towards the end is when he started basically inferring that, like, I had gained weight and like was not as attractive anymore. And so I had so much piled on top of it. So to then, I mean, it feels like it was almost immediately. It was only a few months, but then to go right to Jonathan, who's very secure in himself. He's just like, look, you're either with me or you're not. Yeah. And only recently, I mean, not only recently, the entire time we've been together, he's made it very known, like, that he wants me to be with him. Like, doesn't just want to be with me, wants me to be with him. But here recently, it's even more so. He's like, I want you to know that, like, I want you to be here, and because I'm here. And so that's answering your other question on the question before.
Okay.
It's definitely, OnlyFans has deepened our communication and our relationship in that sense. Like, we just love each other even more. It's wild because he just, Good Charlotte's playing in my ear, and oh fuck, I'm in high school.
Let me help you. Okay, go ahead. Now it's not so tempting.
Thank you. I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to not sing this song.
All right, we're going to get a DMCA takedown because Sam is too excited about what was playing. She's going to start singing.
Good Charlotte still.
To be fair, I was kind of partially tempted.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, anyway. Shit. Okay, so, he cultivates a safety in me to, like, a safety and, like, sense of security in me to not only explore myself and, like, there's no audacity in seeing myself as a beautiful being. In fact, like, up until, again, recently, I have never been, like, I've looked at myself and been like, oh yeah, like we look good. But now I'm like, bitch banging. Oh shit. Look at you. Damn.
I will tell you, as a friend, your self-image of yourself has, like, it was already okay, like, when we met, but, like, it's really gotten good. Like, your self-attitude about yourself, how you carry yourself, and how you, like, yeah, you're a lot more giddy around Jonathan. Like, yeah, look at this, you know, like, I see it there, and I'm like, yeah, that's my Sam. Yeah, go Sam.
Get it, girl. Get it,
I want a lady
girl.
to look at what they got and know they got it going on.
I feel like I see a fraction of what he sees, but I'm still happy to see myself this way. I feel like Jonathan sees me straight out of bed, and he's just like, damn.
Yeah, I see Kayla like that too.
I I don't get it. I get up out of bed and I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, oh, curse you. I will break you right now.
Well, it's like, did you see that TikTok that I put up of Kayla the other night where I walked in there with the song Heart Boner playing? She was like, don't post it. Don't post it. I'm like, why? You're a total babe. No, I'm not. Oh. I'm like, I'm posting it. I don't care. So
I thought she looked cute.
I did too. I think she's cute. Obviously, I asked her to marry me. I must think she's pretty cute.
I think she's all right. I asked her to marry me.
She's okay. I like what Det said here. You're groomed into believing that you or your body aren't good enough or doing too much and that nothing you do is right.
Yes.
And you know, I'm going to wrap myself out here. I used to be like that with my girlfriends. And
You've grown so much, man.
I know. I used to be like that whenever me and Kayla started dating. And that was because at the end of the day, I was very insecure. And I finally had to come to the realization and acceptance of it was two things. The first thing being the least traumatic version of like what caused it. But it being that I was cheated on previously with somebody that I spent like 3 years of my life with. And I found out later on. So it conditioned me to assume and think anytime that a female was not in the same room as me or talk like me seeing what was on their phone or something, oh, she's probably talking to somebody else. She's probably talking to somebody. You know those memes? It's like, it's like, I wonder what he's doing. He's probably thinking about other girls. And then it's like, you know, of course it's like, and it's like me, it says like me, and then it shows a video of him like screaming at the Xbox or something. Like, so, you know, it's kind of that same psychology, but the man's thinking that. So when us men, we're naturally more aggressive like we have aggressive tendencies. So we, instead of like being like, hey, this is how I feel, we're like, who is he? Who is he? How big is his wiener? Is it bigger than mine? And really, it's just like, she's just like over here thinking about like her next bath bomb she's going to buy or like what book she's going to read next. So Kayla finally told me how it made her feel. I mean, we got in a fight one time about going to, which there was a lot of, again, other factors. The second factor was my parents. But it doesn't, like, I don't care what anybody says. You learn your behaviors from your parents and how they act will be like, it'll affect you. Because when you see a certain behavior, if they're married for like your entire childhood up until your adult life, you see those behaviors, you believe they're normal. And then you get out in the real world and you're like, this isn't how normal people act.
Right.
Like people that love each other, like, go have a good day and get along and not yell at each other and spend all their money on shit for them instead of their kids. That's more of a one-sided comment directed towards another, not my mom. We'll just say that. And so you learn these behaviors, and so that is also reflected on your current relationship. So until both parties, in this case, a man, myself, Raz, your ex, a man, you know, we're almost conditioned to not trust.
Right.
In a way. So it's both sides' fault. So one thing that was a big thing for me to overcome, because I've never really talked about this publicly, but Kayla made me cry. She told me how I was making her feel. She didn't say anything like hurtful, like, oh, you're a piece of shit or blah, blah, blah.
Right.
She just told me how I made her feel in those behaviors one day. And, it was Thanksgiving break. And she said, we got in some stupid fight over something really stupid to the point, I don't even remember what it was.
Right.
But it was stupid. And
it was enough to get out the other things that were happening.
And she like unloaded all these feelings and told me how it was making her feel. And it made me cry because I never wanted to ever make her feel like that. Because I don't know, there was just something in her as a significant other that I was like, I want to change for this person and for myself to be happier, right? But like, I'm going to lose this person if I don't change. And so I still have a long way to go because I have asshole tendencies because of just behaviors I was taught. But I'm a totally, completely different person than I was 8 years ago.
Right.
Or 7. Yeah, 7 years ago. So I'm you have to want to change. You have to want to change. Wow, I've never shared that publicly.
You, Dan?
That felt pretty good. I won't lie.
Dude, you see why I pour it out of myself. I'm like, what can I say?
I feel a lot better because I feel like I just shared a very like private part of my life, but I've grown, and I feel like sharing that knowledge, and then people seeing me now can look and see like, yeah, he's a totally different person. That's not who Dan is. Yeah.
Don't change. People grow. You still have the tendency to be close-minded, the capacity to be close-minded. You have the capacity to be just a real butthole. But that's not who you are because you've grown from that. Like, you didn't change, you just grew. You just up-leveled. You just reached a higher version of yourself.
Yeah.
And being able to look back and see what trash bags we were at different points in our lives and being able to see ourselves now, like, man.
Yeah.
The glow up is real.
Oh, totally. That's a real thing. And if you can't honestly look at yourself and see a glow up, then you're still in that stage of you need to recognize. You need to recognize, son.
You better recognize.
So, what other type of content? So whenever you say OnlyFans, or other content, obviously the podcast, you're talking about things like what we've been talking about, like traumatic stuff, expressing your feelings, sharing very personal parts of yourself, right? Very sensitive and vulnerable. That's the word I was looking for. Very vulnerable parts of yourself. So, and you're doing this as well with your blog, right? Are you still writing?
Right.
You're still writing that too, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so like whenever people are looking, say, for OnlyFans content, obviously we know why they're venturing there, but what are you providing for like people interested in that? So what makes you stand out as a unique creator on that platform? Because I do think that what you provide for people is a lot more in depth.
Thanks. So I know I mentioned being an exhibitionist, but it's not just about being seen. It's about reclaiming my body and taking ownership of my body. And when you've been abused, I don't want to say especially, but in my case, sexual abuse, you really feel like you've lost ownership of your entire everything. And so this is me really I'm able to feel like I have control over my body in such a real way. Plus I make some money off of it, which is really cool. This goes to paying off my therapy bill and getting a better camera and maybe a ring light. And then eventually putting other people through therapies that suit who they are as people, not just the therapy that's worked for me, though that's something I will be, like promoting. So that's the end game. I want to make enough to where Jonathan can quit his job and focus on content creation full time as well. So I want to be able to take care of us and sustain our family. Just on OnlyFans and, all of my other content creation, all of the other creations.
The
All right.
creation.
I had to get weird for a second because I was normal for a really long time.
No, you're fine.
So what I'm
I noticed that
offering,
whenever you're like in depth thought about how you're gonna say something, you do that, and then once you come up with it, you're like really super animated. It's like you're winding up. It's like a wind up. It's like that's how I picture your brain.
that's it. That's it. Yeah. It's like the tracks are slippery at first too, sometimes, like just depending on what I'm working with. No, as far as what I'm offering, that all ties into what I'm offering, along with tasteful lewds, some pretty choice side boob and nip slippage, is I also, I'll talk about what it took to get to a place of being able to see myself and not cringe, and not only not cringe, but to see myself and be like, "Ooh, shit, like I may need to go knock one out just because I saw myself." Like that level of like self-love and appreciation, not only for my body, but like who I am and who I've become. Again, the glow up is really impressive. And I can only hope to continue making myself that proud. And so sharing what I share, which I still haven't really talked about anyway, so it's a lot of body positivity. It's a lot of here's how I healed sexual trauma. It's a lot of, yes, you're getting to look at my body and me in this vulnerable position, but it's because I've come from this place to this place by doing all of this. And I've already had a handful of people reach out to me and tell me, like, this is healing. This is the perfect blend of sexuality and spirituality and healing all together. And more people need to see what you're doing because this is important. And people feel honored to be able to be there to witness it. And I almost got emotional just then. I feel so grateful for that, because that it makes me feel so seen, and not in an exhibitionist sort of way. It makes me feel seen, and like I feel honored, and I feel there's this song where the girl says, treat me like church. And I heard it today and I was like, because this is still a sacred vessel, even though it is a sexual vessel. Like they are not, it's not a 1 or 2 situation. It's a 1 and 2 situation. I am both sexual and sacred, and I still deserve respect. And it's kind of teaching that too. Like that's what I really like about my page, is that in the least, oh, Dan, you're going to have to skip this one. Thank you. Oh,
I knew. I'm going to change the playlist. Okay, go ahead.
They immediately took my train and threw it off the tracks. I love good Charlotte. Joel Madden, yeah. I know that you're married, but
for everybody in the chat or that's watching this later, we're listening in Spotify to like random playlists, music that just kind of like, because we're very like music oriented. Anytime we're sitting around talking, this is what we do. We have music playing, usually drinking, sharing a smoke, and listen and just talking about whatever. And we do it for hours and hours and hours. Usually we get in trouble for like being at the other person's house for too long because we're talking for too long.
Yeah, pretty much every single time. And you say we, it's you and Jonathan. You and Jonathan get in trouble for talking too long.
So before me and Jonathan got as close, though, it was definitely the other way around where he was like, all right, I'm ready to go. I'm tired. And now it's the other way around where it's like, all right, can we go now? Can we go? And we always get yelled at by our significant other every single time. I'm gonna have to bring Jonathan on here sometime too.
Yes.
Yeah, like
I know
that,
he would
like
love
Dat
that.
said, like the night we played Uno over here, and we were playing and just keep going around, and you were like, Jonathan, it is 3:00 in the morning.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to
Just straight
go.
up said, I am ready to go home. That's how I knew we're friends. You weren't even afraid to hurt my damn feelings. You're like, I'm ready to go. Tell your man goodbye.
Tell your boyfriend that you'll see him next time.
No, don't
Give
take my man.
Give him a kiss on the tip.
just the tip. Hello, Dante. Welcome, man. Welcome to the podcast. Our live studio audience. Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Hi, it's me.
Hi, it's me, Dante. From Twitch.
From Twitch. Hello.
From a Twitch. So speaking of like music and content, so roll into another topic that I find very interesting that I'm seeing a lot of, and this might be a hot button topic.
Ooh. We like hot buttons.
Ooh, I love hot buttons. I like putting my face in the hot buttons. Anyways. So, music on streams. That has really taken a roundabout turn here lately. And before it was heavily on YouTube, right? With like YouTube videos, like people having music in their videos, and sometimes in live streams, which live streaming on YouTube wasn't really a big thing. And for years and years and years, Twitch has always kind of gotten away with the music on streams with like fair use. Like nobody really ever pursued it. But now that Twitch is like supporting VODs and clipping more than ever, we've seen an influx of DMCA strikes. So I've been seeing a lot of people on my timeline like, oh, I got one of these notices, like they deleted all my content, and then they like spend like 180 characters crying about how their content's deleted, which this is where Dan's gonna sound like an asshole. I don't really feel bad for those people. While I am guilty of listening to music on stream as well for years and years and years, so whenever I say this, I say it with love, and I say it with self-reflection to my own self, and something I had to learn how to do. Quit fucking relying on music to be entertaining. Like, if people want to listen to music while they're watching your stream, give them an option.
Right.
And I think, like right now, me and Raz are listening to my playlist through Discord. And we do the same thing whenever I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, I'm always listening to music. It's very rare where I'm not. And a lot of the time it's Det. She will be in my Discord just like me and Sam are. She won't even be in the chat room with me. She just clicks on my name, says listen with, or play on Spotify, meaning it plays along with, and she just listens to music while I'm modding the stream chat. I'm curious to know, like, how do you feel about that? Like, as somebody coming into content creation, like, is that intimidating to you? Because you do stream, like on Twitch, you do play video games, you do, which I know you're set up, you're more or less starting out. So you're pretty limited to hardware, but you as somebody coming into it, looking at it, like, how do you feel about that?
I mean, when you said it, I was like, oh yeah. Because I always kind of want to have it, but I want to have it more or less for myself.
Okay.
Than the stream. So I could just start doing like what you do and just listening to music on my own. But as far as like for myself and others, I think it's a really good thing to take a note from, because I mean, if you feel like you have to lean on the music to be entertaining, what aren't you doing to fulfill your needs yourself?
Exactly.
And maybe people don't want to face that question. And so the thought of not having music is like, oh God, what am I going to do?
Well, I know a lot of people kind of rely on it as a form of a vibe check, right? Like for their stream, which I also look over here at what Dead is saying about, loves finding new music. And I completely agree with you. That's why I used to love playing music on stream as well.
Right.
But once you start getting into it at more and looking at it more from a business perspective, because at the end of the day, Twitch and YouTube and Mixer, when they were still around, like the person that owns that, ultimately at the end of the day, they're a business owner. They run a business, and their job isn't to distribute music. Their job is to distribute content. And then due to older, outdated versions of DMCA law, that has led us to where we're at with it.
Right.
I really think because of how reliant on technology that we are as a society, I really think those laws should be looked at more and solutions made.
Definitely.
To be able to stream music, because I do think it does bring a little bit of an extra vibe. I'm like 100% on board, but I'm also, as somebody that's done, I'm newer to YouTube, but Twitch for like 4 years, got partnered, was in an esports game, all that stuff. I cannot put myself at risk to lose everything I spent the last 4 years building.
Right.
So, and I think a lot of people don't look at it like that when they're not the ones being impacted by these DMCA strikes.
Right. Yeah.
And then you see them take screenshots, and then they're like, "Oh, this is years of my work being deleted," and it's like, well, why are you upset? You took another artist's content, attached it to your content, and then at the end of the day, while I do believe in fair use, if you're leaving the VODs up on the stream, they're collecting views, which in turn is like bringing new people into your stream, which in turn makes you more money. While yes, they can discover new music and make those artists money. But I don't think I've ever just been in a stream and been like, bro, this song is so amazing. Link me their newest album so I can go download it. Like, I don't know anybody that's just buying music like that anymore.
Right.
They're like, oh man, I'll just, they might like stream it. And which we can go into music and payouts on music and stuff. But musicians don't make a lot of money off Spotify streams. They really don't.
Right.
That's why I think Twitch should party up with a company like Spotify and be like, yo, how can we figure a way out to integrate your platform to Twitch to where whenever somebody's streaming and playing a song, if the viewer is watching and they have their Spotify connected and integrated and linked, it gives the artist another play in the background. So all people that are watching count as a play.
Boom.
That's
a big brain energy right
200
there.
IQ.
Somebody pay this man.
Boom. Too bad I'm not a programmer and know how to program, because I would code the shit out of that. But surely,
right.
I've had a discussion with Spencer before. I think it's possible. He does coding. He's a coder and a web designer. He said it's possible. We've talked about this. But here's the reality. Until somebody does that, the law is you can't play fucking music on your stream. So quit fucking crying when your shit gets deleted. Quit relying on it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Your controversial views. I don't think it's controversial, but I mean, and it's not like what you're not saying and what other people might benefit from knowing is that you had to do the hard thing and go back and delete a whole bunch of your clips and shit. Like, you had to get rid of a ton of content because there was music playing. And that sucks because there was a lot of really good, just really funny clips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I lost a lot of clips and stuff. So I am like kind of like Rogue, like if it's put out there to stream, it's out there for people to listen to. It's public,
Right.
So, but that's not the way. Unfortunately, that's not the reality of the legal system. The reality is they want their money for their one play. And if you got Nick Merckx with 40,000 people and he's playing the newest, he's playing WAP. Well, that wet ass pussy want to get that paycheck because they're not getting paid for all 40,000 plays. They got paid for one play in front of 40,000 people. So
yeah. That's a really good idea.
Yeah. The problem is, when you start getting into legality, that's where the issue is. Because the principle and the ethical part of me is technically one person is listening to the song. It just so happens to be playing through your stream. But that's where I feel the same way about that. It's just, unfortunately, that's not how music laws work. And until somebody in government goes, it's not even music. It's literally DMCA, copyright, so on and so forth. The list goes on and on. Until that part of the legal system actually comes together with these different industries and works out solutions, it's always going to be a problem. And so to prevent myself from getting sued 10 years from now because I was playing Call of Duty in 2014 or 15, on my brand new PS4 on a random stream, get sued for $80 million because the clip has, 100,000 views on it. That's never going to happen, but you got to be interesting and entertaining. Oh, it's never going to happen, but I'm okay with that. But here's the reality. The possibility of that, I'm more likely to get sued because of that stupid clip than I'm not if I just leave it out there for 10 or 15 years with how things are right now.
I get that. It's oh no, shush. You shut up. It's it's an inconvenient truth.
Yeah. Oh, it's an inconvenient truth.
Man, Bear Pig. He's also an inconvenient truth.
But
yeah. No, I mean it sucks, but I mean, if you have to reevaluate the content that you put out, you have to reevaluate the content that you put out. And if you don't feel like you're entertaining by yourself, do something to remedy that. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah. And somebody commented on this tweet of me saying, don't rely on that. And that's the thing that I'm saying. I feel like more people than will admit it rely on music. I did for the longest time, and a great example of this is somebody said, and this, I'm going to leave their name out, but they said, only reason I ever used music was to fill the silence between me talking and the game or whatever I was doing. If I had to just talk the whole time, I would get tired. Well, that's just the price you pay to be a content creator, is you have to be willing to talk and entertain people. But
that's like what you told Jonathan whenever he first started out, was like, if you want to do this, you need to be willing to talk to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. You do.
Like,
you do.
You need to be willing to just talk.
It's only weird if you answer.
Oh, well, I'm weird. But not in front of people.
No. No, I'll say, did that happen? I'll be like, no, or yeah, that actually happened. But, but yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, you can't rely on music. It's like right now, I'm listening to music, you're listening to music, but it's not playing through the stream. I'm not relying on that to be playing whenever we're not talking about something to hold people's interest to be here. People should want to be in your stream or your YouTube video or whatever it is you're doing because they find you interesting. And that's the challenge of content creation. And that's where I have to challenge myself. How can you make yourself interesting to these people today? Because it's just like we talked about the other night without going into detail. And you have to commit every single day of your life to everybody else but yourself.
Right.
And that's why people like me that have been doing it for years have to rewrite their personal schedule, their personal everything, and balance their life, because you'll go mentally insane. You will lose your freaking mind, because anytime you talk about yourself publicly, people look at that and go, wow, this person is sure all about themselves. And it's like, publicly, like from a grand scheme, like people will look at you and almost feel like, oh, he's not focused on what can they do for us today. He's focused on himself. And then people will lose interest. So when you rewrite your schedule and balance your life, and I know you were talking to me about wanting to like learn how to balance stuff a little bit more, but like myself, like I had to balance myself and give myself 3 days of stream, 2 days for YouTube, however I wanted to do it. Initially it was going to be YouTube uploads, but I really like this format that's been going on for almost a month now of video Tuesday, stream on Thursday, because it's just fun. And I'm not playing games. Yeah. We're literally talking the whole time. It's a more in-depth me than what you get on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Because Monday, Wednesday, Friday, when I'm focusing on my game, I'm not really talking a lot anyways. So I gave myself the weekend and then 2 days, well, really 1 day to be about myself.
Yeah.
Because people need more of themselves. People need to be more in touch with themselves. And if you're not, it can really mess with you, make you feel crazy.
Definitely. When you're not in tune with yourself, you're just, oh God. Whenever I don't feel connected to me, I feel so lost. And like I'm just kind of floating around. It's a really shitty feeling.
Yeah.
So I definitely try to take time to just be by myself and be fine just being by myself.
Yep. So that's a big thing I personally had to do. Because I mean, you get, and I love, hold on 1 second. Okay. I love talking to people. I love talking to everybody. I love hearing about what everybody has going on in their life, but it's always interesting when you, the creator, you set some time aside for yourself in like a session and talk about what's going on in your life. There are people out there that they truly believe like content creators should not talk about what they're going through. Which I have mixed feelings about. Obviously, if it's something super duper, like you don't know all the results yet, yeah, maybe don't make your business in that sense like public. But so it is good though. I don't think there's enough creators that give themselves enough time for themselves, and I think that's where you run into good old fashioned burnout.
Oh
yeah. So just don't do that. Make sure you do prioritize yourself, because like we were talking about, you getting started with all this and everything, and you're doing so much. I would honestly say you're probably doing more than I did when I started, and I did a lot. Like I used to, like every single day while working, do like 12-hour streams a day, like 7 days a week. Go to work.
Jeez.
I'd get like 2 hours of sleep a night. That's why like people look at me now and they're like, bro, I don't know how you operate off like 5 hours of sleep. It's like, oh, well, I used to do it off 2. Now I do it off 5. I'm getting a mad sleep, bro. Now all I do is sleep. Whenever I'm not streaming or editing, all I do is sleep now. Literally, that's all I do. It's really nice.
Because sleep is bae.
So like, do you want to talk about the scheduling thing?
Yeah, I do. I feel like because my first 2 weeks on OnlyFans, I was like taking pictures every day and I was posting like multiple things all day, every day. And when I could be scheduling, like sitting down one day and spending a few hours just scheduling posts and doing all of that so that I'm not having to pick up my phone to do something for OnlyFans every single day. I get to pick up my phone and check it if I want to and see how much money I've made. Or just, man, I get some of the coolest messages from people just saying some of the nicest things. Anyway, so that doesn't have anything to do with scheduling. I just wanted to mention it.
Squirrel. So the first thing is to have an idea, and I give mad credit to Det because she was the first mod and person and friend that didn't know me on a personal like IRL level. That I asked them for their opinion, and she was blunt as could fucking be. dude, you're doing way too much. You're doing too much. And she typed it right there in chat. Spinning plates, man, spinning plates. None of those plates spin correctly if one is off balance. It's so fucking true.
Yeah.
And I disconnected. And, you know, the more I think about it, I know I suffer very bad depression because it's really weird because I'll have like, it's usually once a month for like 2 or 3 days where it's really, 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 really bad. Really bad.
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything. I don't want to get up. I don't want to function. And then, you know, I seen a TikTok that actually described it perfectly. Person's like laying in bed and they're like, depression, me with depression. And then he's just laying there. And then you see, it's funny because it's true. I'm not making fun. It's just funny because it's true. And then the next thing, the camera pans over to his doorway and it goes to the disco like filter where it's like changing all the colors and it's like, doo, 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 doo. And this dude walks in and then over his head, it says, my manic episode kicking in. And I'm just like,
Yes.
I'm like, that is the realest shit. That's what I feel. And
Yeah.
And then the rest of the month, I'm like, life is good. But it's usually like a full week. It's like a week cycle where I'm just like, I feel like shit. And then the very end of the week, have this like manic episode where you don't know what I'm going to tweet. You don't know what I'm going to fucking say. I might tell everybody on my stream to go fuck themselves. And at the end of the day, it's really just me dealing with that. But of course, everybody translates it as I did something wrong or Dan is mad at me. And like, I'm not. And Zach's the only one that'll say it back and not leave. But Det looked at me and she's seen all of this going on and me struggling with all these feelings and everything, just all of what I just described. And then looking at me going, Dan, you're streaming 6-7 days a week. You're feeling a type of way about Call of Duty. You're feeling a type of way about esports and where you're at with that. And that part we've all talked about. You know all that.
Yeah.
But she was the first person on Twitch that looked at me while I'm trying to process all this, while I'm feeling all this. I'm unhappy with where I am. I feel like I am doing something wrong as a creator because at the end of the day, like on my side, I see, and this is just the reality of any kind of content creation for long term. Obviously, you see your community, you value your community, you value your people, you value those closest to you. But at the end of the day, too, when you're in esports and you're in an org and you see stats, you see numbers, you see performance. And if you're not doing it, they don't keep you around. They don't want you around. Right. At the end of the day, you're not getting them clicks. And that's a very short, very condensed version of why like people that don't have numbers, it's hard to get in esports because it doesn't matter how good your stream is. It doesn't matter how good of a person you are. If you get a chance, it's like a once in a lifetime thing. They want numbers. They want clicks. If you're not going to get them clicks, they don't want you. That's why it's very hard. It's very challenging. I turned a lot of people down when I was stream lead for Elevate. That I'm going to tell you something. I thought they were great fucking content creators with some incredible talent. And I was told, no. How many viewers? This many? No. And I mean, some of them had great numbers. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I remember I turned down somebody with like 32 average viewers. And I was like, and at the time, no streamer on Elevate was averaging even 10. I think I was one of the only people averaging 20 to 30 viewers a night. So I say that to just say, like, you have to be willing to grind your ass off and also understand on the viewer side of things, it's nothing personal. Like when streamers get discouraged, but they put a pressure on themselves that is so fucking insane to obtain a check mark, to obtain a status on an org or a team or a group of people that they get distracted. And I, for a very long time, was distracted by a number beside my Dana's live. What's the number beside it?
Right.
For a long time, I was distracted by that and focused on the wrong things, and it will drive you insane because you virtually have no control that people are living their lives. At the end of the day, people are living their lives. their life, just like your life, is more important to them than yours is to them. Just like your life
Right.
is more important to you than it is to the other person. It's never anything personal. And Det saw that I was struggling with that, and she basically called my ass out on it as a mod, as a friend, and as a viewer. As a I guess you could really call her. I don't view her anybody as like a fan, but as a fan of what I do.
Yeah.
She saw that in me, and she was very real with me and very blunt with me. And it changed my perception. Again, perception is your reality. So she helped me see from a different angle, and it made me realize how I was behaving was very cringy. It wasn't me. It's not who I was. It's not the content that I wanted to make. And honestly, I've had more fun in the last month than I've had in 4 years. So,
Good.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Det.
And all the other people that have continued to encourage me and stay by my side. And I guess what I'm getting at with that is she helped me create a schedule. She helped me create the idea of uploading to YouTube twice a week. She encouraged me to do this for you guys as a friend and as somebody that enjoys what we're doing. So, I guess what I'm getting at with that very long drawn out thing is you have to find that within yourself too. Is like, how passionate are you about what you're doing? What days do you know, your personal schedule, right? Like, your, when you're going to have, like me, I learned to gauge my episodes is what I've just come to call them. Episodes is usually the last week of every month.
Mine is in like I had a hysterectomy. I still have my ovaries. So my body still cycles because estrogen. And so it's when I would normally be on my period. I have a phantom period.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like real emotional and lethargic and ready to throw down on any and all food.
Yeah. Yeah. So just a heads up to my people that are here from Twitch. Next week, ignore anything that I say or do because it's all just me being depressed and manic. So, but yeah, you know yourself, your mental state, and you know what affects what. So you have to learn. Obviously, like if you work, which I know you do not, but for anybody that works, you know what days you work more of. Don't overdo yourself on those days. Like, you know Jonathan's schedule. So, you need to obviously like growing and developing and meeting more people. That's a big priority, but your spouse is more of a priority.
Right.
So, that's where you get with him and you balance out and you work. And after me and Det talked about all this, what I just shared, I talked to Kayla about it, and she was all about it because she's a teacher, so she's off on the weekends. And if I happen to be off work, or even if I'm not, she at least knows she's got me that night.
Right.
And I mean, how many times have we hung out since I set this new schedule up? Like a lot compared to normal.
So much.
Like,
yes.
We used to only hang out like once every 3 or 4 months, sometimes longer. We've hung out almost every other week for like the last month and a half. Been awesome.
Yeah. I can't. I was thinking about that because I was like, man, we have seen them so much recently because I wanted to text Kayla and be like, I miss you. Like, we just saw you guys.
I won't lie. Like, when we left, I was like, the next day, I was like, I want to hang out with them again today, but Jonathan's got to go back to work.
Yes.
That's why I'm really excited for tomorrow because we're going to play Red Dead again.
Yay.
But I have to be at work at 8:30 a.m. Saturday morning. I don't know how well this is going to go. Because Kayla's at her parents. Is done. Yeah, Kayla's not here. She's at her parents this week, at least until Saturday night. And I'm just like, oh no, like, how am I going to wake up Saturday morning? Kayla's not here to be like, hey, wake up.
Do we need to come over there? You guys
Saturday morning? Have to come over here. Actually, that could be fun. What if you guys came over and me and Jonathan streamed from the same room?
That could be really fun.
That could be really fun. And then you'd be there to commentate in between us, back and forth.
Yep. Who needs music when you've got a Sam?
Yo, it would be crazy in here. Or you could bring your PS4 and stream in the living room.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh my God, Det. I'll send you a snap yelling. I'll be your alarm clock. I don't know you. That's my curse. I don't hate you, Rogue. I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. I'm actually a very loving person. The reason why I seem like an asshole and like quote unquote mad at people is because I care so much that I take like people's shit really personal and I read into stuff too deeply. This was a conversation last weekend that me and Sam had, and then she yelled at me. She bullied me.
You give some more motherfucking context. I will
okay,
step to you again, sir.
I expressed my feelings just very, very poorly about a certain situation with a certain person that I wish I could understand better and process that whatever that person is going through, because I'm a kind of person that's like, I feel this way. Rip the Band-Aid off. Okay, we can move on in life, and life is great. And this person is very clearly not like that. And I took that very personally and did not know how to process it. And now I'm good, though, because I ripped the Band-Aid off myself. It was like, this person will approach me when they want to talk, as much as it sucks. And then Sam yelled at me, though, because I was a dick about it. And I called people like that pussies. And then she was like, I'm like that. That's the kind of person I am, you piece of shit. And then she beat me up.
What Jonathan said whenever you said, well, people like you are pussies.
I know. And then he walked by me and goes, dude, you're so fucked. It was good though. After that, I want to understand that better, and the more I get to know you, I learn a little bit more about that every day as a friend. It's just a daily learning process, and like I said, I used to be a lot more harsh than that. So picture like an 8-year ramped up version of that, of what like Saturday's conversation was.
Me getting in.
Whenever
like,
I say I'm a very different person, I'm a very different person than I used to be.
That wouldn't have gone so well, because I feel like you were able to feel the energy that I was coming to you with, because I didn't even say anything mean. I just said the truth.
Yeah.
But I came to you with the finger point and everything.
You were like across the fire pit. You like fully like you levitated across it. You look like Daniel Williams from Phasmophobia. You look like Daniel Williams. By the way, check out my newest episode of Stream Memes, Volume 4, Phasmophobia Edition.
Plug.
Plug. What?
What? But yeah, I had to come across the fire a little bit and let you know how I was feeling. And then, but 8 years ago, that wouldn't have been so well received, because in that moment, you like kind of stepped back and you were like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, and I started crying.
Yep.
And then I hugged her and I was like, I'm really sorry, Sam. I didn't mean it. You're not a pussy. You just have one.
Can confirm, and if you subscribe to my OnlyFans before my birthday, you can confirm as well. Nudies dropping on the birthday.
Hello, Immortal. Welcome to the Shit Show Podcast. By the way, if you guys do not follow Immortal, he is one of our co-hosts on a normal day. Tonight, it is a very special night, though. So, oh, that's so funny. Man, that was awesome. You guys see, this is why I had her on, because we talked about some really real serious stuff, but we like to have fun in the process.
Yeah, yeah. We can't help but laugh and bring things back around.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure within 10 minutes of that conversation, we were laughing again the other night.
Yeah.
I was really scared. I didn't ask Kayla. I was too afraid to ask her, but I was like thinking on the way home, I was like, Sam hates me. She doesn't want to hang out ever again. That's why I texted you. I was like, are we still on for Thursday?
Over.
Do what? Your microphone.
I said I was over it when I hugged you. Whenever I came up and I was like, I'm glad that you're my friend and my brother.
Oh, I love it so much.
So sappy.
We have normal days around here.
I'm in the wrong place then.
You are in the wrong stream if you're looking for a normal day. Oh my goodness. So, TikTok, what do you post on TikTok?
Well,
because I know you're not posting any of the OnlyFans content. They would just take it down.
Right. I did get slapped with a, we took your most recent video down. I was like, the fuck? It's not even revealing. Whatever.
They've been taking down like a lot of stuff. I was scrolling through and I don't remember what the content was as far as what they were talking about. I think it was something political. Like it was like I think it was a voice capture of Trump, and you can just use your imagination for one of the hundreds of thousands of creative things that he comes up with. But it was a voiceover of something, some chick doing something, and they muted the volume for like terms of service violation.
Oh.
TikTok blind. Oh, okay. If there's enough reports on something, they'll take it down. Blindly take it down.
Oh. You can't even say OnlyFans anymore. You can only say OF. Well.
Subscribe to my OF.
Subscribe to my OF.
That's why of my OF.
That's why I can't wait to I want to eventually have just like a website. Like to where, you know, I love OnlyFans and it's a great place to start and build your brand, but I really just want to have my own website where, I mean, seeing the difference in how much money I'm grossing and how much money I'm actually getting in my pocket now, the 20% is a much bigger chunk than it was in the very beginning.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why
I'm mad about it.
I can't really go into too much details because you know how jobs are, like, oh, you can't share that. But I'll just say you can very easily do some research on commissionable taxing. That's all, commissionable pay taxing. That's all you gotta like do some research on. It's public knowledge. But I'm just gonna say, it's like you see what your payout's gonna be, and you're like, oh man, bro. And then like the check comes, and you're like, oh my fucking god. And it's like, all I'll say is it's more than 20%. And it's very painful. It's very painful when you sell $100,000 in cell phones in a month, or $50,000 worth of cell phones, and then you make X amount of dollars, and then they take X amount of percentage of it.
Right.
And it's like, and then you're left with like this, which again, I'm a firm believer. This is where like some people may be like, oh, well, you have these beliefs and this is again, not to get in politics, but that's where it's like you look at taxing and you see what they apply it to, and you're like, couldn't you apply that massive, gigantic percentage of taxing to like actually helping American people with like things that should be basic human rights? And that's all I'm gonna say. Scouts honor.
Be cool.
So that's where like I don't mind the taxing if it was going to like things that could help people.
Right.
But instead it's going to buying military jets and tanks and stuff that will only use one time, and then it's going to sit in a museum somewhere. This is the penis pumper 9000, and we only beta tested it, but it cost us $900 billion in taxes. It was supposed to be sent to Mars to anal probe a skeleton of an alien, but it blew up in the Earth's atmosphere.
The beta test of the penis pumper 9000 consists of? What's getting tested? What's the recipient of the test? What's it do, Dan?
It's the anally probe a space alien on Mars, the skeleton. And it blew up in the Earth's atmosphere, so now it's just there's just a model of it in some like military vehicle base museum. And all of our $900 billion in taxes paid for it last year. Instead of paying for people that can't afford to have like basic health care.
Right. Or eat.
Remember, being healthy as far as going to the doctor is a choice, not a right.
Right.
But
we digress.
But we digress into very gray areas of politics. And we don't go there on this show.
Not on the shit show.
Yeah, because I might hurt your feelings and not care. And then Sam's gonna be like, "Dad, you gotta care. Stop not caring about hurting people's feelings."
Let me Care Bear steer you again. Hold on.
So
nice.
Excuse me. I just had a random topic pop into my head, and I'm curious to know your thought. So hold on. Well, let me read what Rogue said about TikTok. TikTok should have more of an actual 18+ section. The fact some people have to censor themselves over words that aren't even offensive is annoying. But then you have bar none or whatever you say, get fucked cunt, hit him with a hard T, and oh yeah, that guy I know you're talking about. His video wasn't recommended for me today or something, which I actually enjoyed his video that I seen today. But yeah, I've seen who you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you make an account that's 18+, you should be fed content for other accounts that are verified 18+. Personal opinion. It's kind of like the old Twitch thing of like an 18+ stream. When you go to that channel for the first time, you have to click, yes, I agree to watch this.
Yeah. Somebody followed me on TikTok the other day. And I always go and look at the profiles. And it was a child. I think it's like maybe a 10, 12-year-old girl. And it's like, you should not be able to follow my TikTok. You just shouldn't.
Yeah. Rogue, I think ultimately just it's all about what part of TikTok you end up on. Like if you end up on like Moms United, side of TikTok, and then like you're talking about get fucked cunt with a hard T or whatever, like that's gonna get, obviously there's more moms on that part, like Facebook moms, so they're gonna be like, report, little Jimmy's in his room jacking off to this girl doing a twerk, but this guy said fuck cunt. And you're going to get in trouble. And then Jimmy's upstairs on like basically Pornhub side of TikTok, jacking off to some chick doing the newest trend of like the twerk or something.
Right.
I don't know.
Twerk.
I'm a fucking boomer. I don't know what
I was about to say. You said the twerk. They're doing the twerk down at the Walmart.
I'm a fucking boomer, but personally, I don't care. Like if a girl wants to do that, I don't mean what I'm saying in a degrading way. I'm just stating a fact. Like,
right.
There a large portion of that community are males. looking for real girls or women, I should say. They're looking for real women. So while I don't think it's wrong, I think it's the way the analytics work for Twitch and the algorithm works. It's all in what you like. So I think that's why, like, whenever you've got Facebook mom Karen coming on there for the first time and she's liking political shit, and then she gets fed somebody that doesn't like Donald Trump, and then they're like, fuck Donald Trump, you know, and they're like flipping the camera off, and like they're gonna, of course, gonna report that as like spam or whatever. And if enough Karens coming over from Facebook spam it, you know, spam reports, it's gonna get taken down. I mean, what horny little like 15-year-old boy is gonna report, you know, Jenny doing the newish, you know, work trend?
Jenny?
I don't know. I'm just saying names. I don't know. You get what I'm saying, though, right?
That name. That's so crazy. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah. Yeah. Well, stay away, Karens. Just stay away.
So, and if, you know, anything I just said is hitting close to home, I don't apologize.
He cares, but he doesn't give a fuck.
I care, but I don't give a fuck. I care, but I don't care. Same?
Right.
Same, but different. Same, but different. That's going to be like the saying on this show, I think. We are same, but different. Same, but different. I'm like, oh my God. There were so many things in that movie that I'm just like, I cannot believe that got pushed through and like released. Have you watched the interview? Seth Rogen and James Franco?
Yeah, I did.
I think it's funny, but it's also like super fucked up in certain parts.
Right, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Is from what I remember, because I can't remember, like, I can't remember much of it, and I don't know why. I must have been rip-roaring bologna sandwiched when I watched it. But yeah, no, I remember laughing though. Like, yeah, I thought that it was pretty funny, but there were also parts where I was like, oh,
is it
God.
okay that I'm laughing at this?
Yeah. I definitely felt that during and after. I was like, maybe I shouldn't watch that again.
So let me ask you this with movies.
Okay.
So do you believe... Oh, okay. So let me ask this first. Do you believe art should push the boundaries and make you uncomfortable to make a statement? Like maybe, or not say should, but can push boundaries and make you uncomfortable to make you question things? Genuine question. There's no wrong answer because art is subjective. So there's no wrong answer.
I feel like art is expression, and some people's expressions are pretty fucked up. And that's my thought on it. Like, everybody is going to express... No, everybody's going to express themselves, and some of those people are going to express themselves in a way that makes you uncomfortable for one reason or another.
Exactly.
I mean, of course, there's obviously like those things that you can pick out and, like, you know, be like, but what about this? Like, yes, there are examples of things where it's like, that's not art and that's not okay. But for the most part, like, if it makes you uncomfortable, like, that sounds like a you problem.
Okay. What about movies? What about with movies?
I like that stands because, again, I don't have to view it, or like, I don't have to take part in it if I don't want to. Again, like, that's a me problem if I'm like, I get to unpack why it affects me. And if I get to just let it go because it's just fucking cringy or fucking like it makes me uncomfortable because it does, then I just get to let that go and be like, well, I'm never going to see that again. I don't ever want to see that again.
So let me ask you this in that same context, because while like I was thinking about this and I was like, we had a conversation similar to this the other day, and I even like thinking back on it, have found myself saying this. Remember we were talking about Passion of the Christ and profiting off of Jesus's crucifixion and God, the idea of God, whether you're religious or not. You remember that conversation me, you, and Jonathan had?
Yes.
So, okay. So, same context. Is that art or is that profiting
You've
off?
tricked me.
Huh?
I said you've tricked me.
I haven't tricked you. It's genuinely like, so telling the story of like who you believe is your savior, right? Like I'm coming, by the way, I want everybody to know, like I'm not taking an angle on being like, I don't believe in God, I believe in God or whatever. I'm just saying outside looking in, this is what the movie's about. It is about Jesus, a deity, sending his son down. We all know the concept of Christianity, dying on the cross for sins, blah, 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 blah. So, and if you don't go buy a Bible, you can read it. It'll tell you the whole story. It might take you about a month or two to read it, but so is that art or is that something, you know what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm asking?
Can it be both? That's the question. Like, can it be both art and pandering? Can it be both art and
like our stories? And we can use a different example. Like, for example, Saving Private Ryan. It's a World War II movie. It's based off of stuff that actually really happened. Were those people real? No, they were completely made up. But were the events transpiring in those moments real? 100%. Right? It's a story being told. So is that movie art, or does that fall into that whole like category of like this story shouldn't be told like this? Because without applying it to religious context, at the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's men that volunteered and were drafted to go sacrifice themselves for our freedom. It's the same thing, really, when you think about it.
You're kind of profiting off of someone else's story just because you put it together for other people to like see. But I mean, could you say that about textbooks?
No, I know. Yeah, I mean, again,
like
everything that I'm asking in question is not like, it's not me being like, I feel this way or I feel this way. It's literally just a conversation. It's stuff to think about. Like it's really just people don't I don't go into this stuff on Twitch because like it opens up some interesting cans of worms in chats and people. If I'm being honest with you, whenever there's like a large group of people like that, I don't really want to go into that because I've just came off of being at work for eight or so hours. I don't want to talk about philosophy and religion when I'm playing a video game. I just want to decompress. But like when I'm chilling here with a homie and we're talking and I'm having some beers and stuff, like these are the things I think about all the time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, what's your take then? Do you think
that's one of those things where I don't really know, because it's like I find like the idea of religion is interesting because, again, this is totally stepping out of any personal beliefs or boundaries. Not everybody can really do that. A lot of people get super sensitive about this stuff because it involves it makes them challenge their ideas of religion or afterlife or whatever it is you believe in. It challenges your ideas. So here's the thing. If you're a true Christian and you believe in God and you follow the Bible to a T in any form or fashion, I believe it's immoral to profit off of the death of your Savior.
Yeah.
If you want to build a visual representation of what he went through, which there have been millions of those made, they're called crucifixes. They're hanging in most Catholic churches. That should be in the words of Christians themselves when it comes to like feeding the homeless and stuff. That's a community-based problem where a community should come together and tell that story. That's that, from a religious perspective, that's how I feel about movies like Passion of the Christ and stuff. Now, if we're interpreting it from an artistic perspective angle, you are at the end of the day like creating imagery. And if you're looking at it from a purely artistic expressive, I don't think that's wrong. But I think the difference there in that, though, is if it was, I don't want to say it's not art, because art, again, is subjective. But I don't believe you should be profiting millions. If you truly believe in what you're telling, like Mel Gibson claims to be like this big Christian person.
Right.
He should not profit off that. That money should be going to like churches or homeless people or whatever. Now,
feeding the hungry and
yeah. Now, what is he doing with that money? I really don't know. He may be doing that. I'm not implying that he's not, but I'm saying if that's what's happening, I think that's wrong.
Right.
But then you fall into that conversation of like evangelical people on TV and stuff that are like, if you write me a $100 prayer check, I will bless your house and God will prevent you from catching coronavirus. I think that's wrong. And I think if there is a hell and that person believes in hell, they will be burning there for fucking ever. Because you're profiting off the fear of people.
Right.
And things that naturally happen, like getting sick.
Right. Yeah. Making people think that they aren't favored or loved by God because they ended up getting coronavirus.
Mm-hmm. So I like these kind of conversations because, again, they're very subjective as far as like, again, like what art is and stuff like that. But I have a weird mind. I think about very strange things.
Provoking. I mean, like, okay, let me run down what I think about on a daily basis. Jonathan, the dogs, the cat, my friends, OnlyFans. Jonathan, dinner, groceries, clean the floor, OnlyFans. Jonathan, OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm.
Other things, OnlyFans, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is something different that I wouldn't normally consider because my brain's going 90 miles a minute thinking about all the things that I like want to make sure that I tend to. So I'm not just like, I rarely am ever just like sitting there thinking about like hypotheticals and these thought-provoking brain puzzlers. You're keeping my brain bumpy.
Yeah. See, and you guys just think I'm a smooth brain on Twitch because I'm usually drunk and like only playing the game and talking about the game and nothing else. But I promise I got winkly brain. Nice smooth brain. I got winkly brain. My brain looks like this. Not like this.
Oh my God. That's right.
Is that considered gluttony? What is what considered gluttony?
The Bible.
The Bible is an interpretation of it in itself. So who is to say that is say all be all? So I think someone's interpretation of the Bible is the Passion of the Christ. It's still considered a form of art. And I think that's a great perception to put on it. Yeah, that would be greed, I think. I think that would be greed. While I think that preachers and ministers of what they believe in their whatever they're teaching, I do believe those people, you know, it's kind of like content creation, right? You're creating something and people believe in you and they support you and they want to support you in that way. And if you get large enough, you could do that full time, right? I don't think it's any difference with religion in that sense. You're preaching, in this case, Christianity we're talking about. you're preaching the Bible, you're preaching God. And if you're good at that and you're wholesome in that and you're doing it with the right intentions, I don't think there's anything wrong with making a living doing it. I don't believe that that is profiting. I'm talking
Right.
about like creating a product, which you already know, but I'm just emphasizing this. You guys here watching this, I feel like already know this, but you guys are pretty wrinkled brained like me. But I think there's a difference in that and spending a week building a lesson, going, meeting, sitting there and presenting it and teaching it in
Right.
in a wholesome way.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I feel like when people go to church or they go to, like when they go to get whatever spiritual or religious experience it is that they're looking for, generally, or at least, I don't know, the wholesome things, okay, I'm going to finish a sentence. There was a church I went to for a very short time in Texas that I really enjoyed whenever I was a kid. And it's because the vibes there were really cool. And I knew that the preacher was passionate about what he was talking to us about. And like that, well, you assume that the tithes that you pay or any kind of donation that you make whenever they are raising money, like that money that you're putting in, that you're investing in this experience is going to the betterment of where you're getting that experience and the betterment of your community.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like making a multi-million-dollar movie and it not being kind of like, I mean, church, you don't have to pay to go to church. So I don't think that you should have to pay to watch an interpretation of something that's considered sacred and that you tout yourself as being sacred.
Yeah.
Words. I feel like I was talking for 17 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay. It was only 15.
Cool.
Anyway,
right under the mark.
Fun, interesting conversations, though. I like talking about stuff like this. It is really in depth. I like talking about the idea of death. I like talking about and that's shit that scares people. Because I'll be real with you. I'm not afraid of dying. Obviously, I want to prevent it as long as I can.
Right.
But I think that's something in me that was sparked whenever my friend Cameron passed away back in 2011. Was for a long time growing up, I was really afraid of dying. And then when he died, I felt like this void of emptiness of like not having a person there to talk to, like about whatever it was I wanted to talk to him about.
Right.
And I still like try to like relive in my head or dream or moments of the last time I talked to him, which was literally like a day before the day before the accident happened. But that's why I get really morbid, because like I mentally am already really oddly there. It's really strange. But I think of things like that most people don't think of, and I find humor in it and stuff. And like I know I'm like I can't say this out loud because like people will look at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? It's like the other night, like that meme that I shared and talked about. Did I tweet that to you or send that to you?
Oh,
no, you would remember. It was like really dark and morbid and fucked up. But
okay, then no.
It was basically like, you've seen those memes where it's like, would you slap your best friend for 10 million? And then like people on Facebook will tag. Well, I seen this one. It was like a picture of like after somebody had done dishes, and it was really gross in the bottom of the sink, and the water was still there, and it was like food and shit in it, and the straw was sticking in it, and it said, "You have to drink this or your best friend's gonna die." And I took that screenshot and I sent it to Kayla, and I said, "Well, good thing Cameron's dead, because I wouldn't have drank it anyways." And she was like, "Oh my God, that's so fucked up. Well, I can't believe you said that." I'm like, I'm laughing my ass off. And then I've realized like, wow, I can't retweet this or share this because people are going to think that like I am super fucked up in the head. And the reality is, yeah, I absolutely 100% am. But I've been more sympathetic and glad to know that a lot of people don't understand what that type of humor is and why.
Right.
That just means they've never experienced something like that. But I see stuff like that and I find it so funny. There's like things all the time when I'm streaming. I'm like, I could so make a joke about some like whatever happened in the game or this or something that I seen today. And I'm like, no, I'm just not going to say anything because this could go really bad. Could be really funny to me, but it could go really bad to everybody else. And
you do have a dark sense of humor, but if you're only letting out a little bit,
a very small amount, like you have no idea. Like it's really dark, really, really dark. But again, remember that trauma discussion we had at the beginning of the episode of like how you deal with stuff, right? Like,
yeah, I was gonna say
I'll just put it this way: it was not a family or very close friend. It was just somebody we knew. But I had something like what you were talking about happen to you happened to me when I was younger. So I think a lot of like really fucked up shit about all kinds of different stuff, where I see stuff and I'm like, that's hilarious. And whenever really I look at it from an outside perspective, I'm like, that's not funny at all. Like
trauma.
Yeah. And I'm just like, that's what I remind myself. I'm like, this isn't normal thought or behavior, but I'm here with my best friend and his name is Trauma.
Yup. Yeah, I actually found out not too long ago. I have always dealt with like intrusive thoughts, which I didn't know were a thing, but like thoughts that just come at you and it's, you know, the joke about how like people will be having sex and then their mom or their grandma will like pop into their head. That, but like times 100 and just like all kinds of shit all the time. So I found out that people who endured trauma, especially in their childhood, they end up having like either like really violent or violently sexual or like taboo sexual intrusive thoughts that just come to their mind like out of nowhere. And that happens to me. And I thought that there was something wrong with me because I was like, I'm fucked up. There's something wrong with me. Why am I thinking like, why did that come to my mind?
Yeah.
And then I found that out and I was like, oh my God, okay, thank God for trauma shit. Or, you know, not, but.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, you're like, you picture who you are and how you are. And you're just like, who would I be without this?
Oh my gosh.
I think about that all the time. Like, if I think about it all the time, I'm like, man, college was such a waste of money. But then I'm like, I wouldn't have met Kayla. I wouldn't have been inspired to change who I am. I don't know where I would be. I would be, who knows where I'd be and who would be my friends. Like, have you ever thought about that? Like one moment to rule them all. And the moment for me was the day I was dropped off in college, because that's the last time I ever lived. I have not lived with my parents since I moved out for college.
I have my ex boyfriend to thank for my life being what it is, because had I not been in such a state in my life, suffering from abandonment, trauma, and sexual abuse and all of this stuff all at once when I was 20. And here comes this guy with his emo swoosh and his fucking tattoos everywhere and his gauged ears. And I was like, you don't look like any boy I've ever liked before. And he like came on to me and like overtly came on to me, but in a sly kind of smooth way. And I was like, what is this that's happening. And so had he
What's
not
happening
shown
to my body?
had he not shown me just the right amount of attention and been a crazy ass himself and been like, you should come up here. You should come from Texas to Tennessee and be with me. And I was like, I'm impulsive. Okay. And had I not done that, the night before I left Texas, I hung out with my high school like sweetheart that we were on and off. And I was like, I'm leaving Texas. So if you want to see me, I'm leaving Texas. And he was like, well, I want to see you before you leave. And I was like, okay. And I hung out with him the night before and he didn't tell me to stay. And had he told me to stay, I would have never left Texas. But he didn't tell me to stay. So I was like, fuck it. And I left from hanging out with him, being up all day, hanging out with him. I left that night and drove straight through the night to Martin.
Who knows what your life would even be like. I wouldn't even know you.
No. It's just crazy to me.
Unless we do live in a simulated world where all things are meant to happen, like a specific way. And what if we were supposed to meet and you and Jonathan were still supposed to get married, but it like went through this whole other route and told this whole other story? Like, how that would be crazy. Or what if we're in that reality, that version right now, and then there's that parallel universe where it's happening that other way?
So they've proven that parallel universes are real.
Yeah, we just don't know if it's like how we picture it though.
Right. So in my mind, it's us. Like there are things that I feel very strongly, and some of them, it feels like I'm picking up on like another possibility or like another realm or like another universe, like a parallel lifetime to mine, because some things will come into my brain and I'm just like, that feels so incredibly real that it can't not be happening somewhere else. And I really think that there's a timeline of mine where I just never left Texas, and I'm not sure that I like would have lived very long. And if I stayed with my ex, I don't think I would have lived very long. Like, I don't think I would have made it to my 30s because I wouldn't have had the tools and been surrounded by the people that I needed to be surrounded by in order to survive the last 6 or 7 years of just mental health awareness.
Yeah. And I really don't think I'd be alive if I wouldn't have ever met Kayla. Like, really, like, this is a weird thing to admit out loud, but I really think if I wouldn't have met her, I would have been so deeply dark down a tunnel of alcoholism and stuff like that and depression. I probably would have done something that would have affected more than myself.
Right.
And I don't say that lightly. Right. I say that very realistically because I know, like, the first couple of years I streamed on stream, like, I was drinking, have a good time. That was just drowning a lot of that. That was alcoholism. That was the problem. That wasn't, I'm drinking to have some drinks and have a good time. That was like, I feel this way. I just, in a very unhealthy way, get away from that.
Right.
And then the thing about alcohol is you go so far and you're fine, but once you get past like this point, you get to this point, well, you're down a whole nother tunnel that you can't turn back and get out of. And it's a really dark one. And I really think if I wouldn't have met Kayla, I think I would have been staying on that pathway.
Ooh, scary.
So again, crazy how the decisions you make in life, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the butterfly effect. You make a decision, even if it doesn't affect anybody else, you're still affecting yourself in your future.
One of my favorite, like, butterfly effect.
What you're gonna say, butterfarts?
But one of my favorite butterfarts is Jonathan's. Because he played high school and football. Jesus. He played football in high school.
He played high school and football. I love it.
And he wanted to do that, like, for his career. He wanted to play football until he retired. And from what he says, like, was, pretty decent, and definitely would have gotten some scouts attention. And then he tore his ACL, and he thought at that time, like, there's nothing else to live for. Like, if I can't play football and I can't be in the military, what can I do? Who am I? He was dealing with super serious, like, severe depression, lots of family stuff, lots of just internal stuff, like
Mhm.
all kinds of things. And he felt like that was life ending right there. But had he continued to go, like, to play football and then go on to college to play football, he was going to go to a college on the other side of the state. His sister likely would have followed him to the college that he went to, because she was a trainer on his football team when he was in high school.
Yep.
She was a trainer on the football team whenever she was in college. So, like, she likely would have followed him. She and I wouldn't have met because I would have been in Martin. And
Y'all may never have met. Or some crazy other alternate universe would have played out and you still would have met, just in a different place and a different time. What's that movie with Tom Hanks where it's like shows all the different time periods and like he keeps meeting the same woman and marrying her or being with her or something? And it's like it starts out and they're like cave people, and then it's like way in the future, like, and it's basically the concept is like you die and relive the same life over again. It's just different time periods.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen it.
And you're destined to be like with the same person over and over again. I don't know. I really want to watch that movie now. I don't remember what it's called though.
Ooh.
Yeah. But when you first watch it, you don't have any clue. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know, you don't really understand what is happening. It's one of those you have to watch it through twice. And then you're like, oh, they're together and they're living their entire life over and over and over again. Yeah, they're like through all different times. It shows them in like 10 or 15 different periods of history, like being together and living an entire life together. It's really cool. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, nice.
Shit.
What? I thought you were working on a dick scarf.
No, that's just what you want me to be working on. I'll start your dick scarf soon.
Cloud Atlas. Yes. Yes. Live audience. Thank you, live studio audience. By the way, I do need to run to the little boys' room. I got to pee. So I'm going to leave it up to our friend Raz here to hold the fort down for a few minutes. And if anybody in the live studio audience has any questions, she can read the chat and see the chat. So
I can. I'm seeing it.
All right. I'll be right back.
Such a spaz. How's everybody doing? I'm really hungry. Now that he's getting up, I would really like a snack, but I won't leave you like Dan will. Oh my gosh, let's totally manifest you moving to Tennessee. Jess. I tried to call you Jess or Jessica when I was talking to my cousin about you, and I was like, I can't do it. I'm just going to call her Det. I can't do it. You're taking all your friends with you. You either move here, we'll move there. Either way. We need to get what the hell is happening with my hair? We need to get me and Renegade a much better setup. We need to make it happen. Some Dan level setup. Look at that. He has Bob. I have an elephant, but he has Bob. So cool. You've come to term with your debtness. If if you were a deadly disease, I'd have to get a tetanus shot. How about we just move to a cabin in Eastern Washington where it has 4 seasons? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Why do I look laggy? Do I look laggy to you guys? Looks laggy to me. Oh, oh man. My cousin and I just did a 6-hour turnaround trip to Kentucky and back because my cousin and I were working on a photo shoot for my OnlyFans, and I'm super stoked about it, and the pictures are all fantastic, and I can't wait to share them, and you all should be there. A little bit laggy? No, it's me. I can't move too much or it'll freak it out. It's because my laptop doesn't have an Ethernet port. One day, working up to an iMac. It was so fun. It was so fun. I was feeling myself for sure. She did my hair and makeup and like did all the shots and even like edited some pictures, and oh my god, they look so good. You're laggy IRL most days.
I was muted. So
Hello.
somebody wanted to come say hello.
Booze kitty. That's a little booze kitty. I could bring Salem in here. She would just cause a ruckus. I'm that kitty. Yes, I did talk about you. You talk about us all the time. That's so sweet. Friends.
Very happy. He's very happy
Little
because his mom
kitty.
is not here. She is visiting her parents. Whoops, I just knocked something off my desk. Yeah, you guys are gonna see cat butt. Oh, we got some new
Yay,
live,
cat butt.
some new live studio audiences. Whew. Oh, there's Austin. What's up, dude? So we're having a Austin what?
Like Austin, like the famous
Bro,
karaoke
the famous
Austin?
My Chemical Romance cover, man.
Oh, man, it brought tears to my eyes.
He said, I just heard gunshots hiding in my room. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my man Austin. You guys should go sub to his OnlyFans. He does live singing performances and karaoke bars performances. Yeah, like we put him on TikTok and his performance already has 52 likes. It caused my district manager at work today to follow me on TikTok. So now my boss's boss follows me on TikTok. But we got that engagement, boys. We got that engagement. It's good stuff. Good quality content. Oh my goodness. Man, that's a good beer.
Det said, oh my god, huge fan.
Whew. So. Oh, I gotta put my lotion on. Hold on.
He puts the lotion on his skin.
I gotta put the lotion on the skin. No, actually, like my elbows have been dry as fuck. And I was like, I seen this and I was like, I gotta put on my tattoo salve because like it works so good on my elbows. Is that bologna juice? Yeah, I'm drinking. This is a shit show. We always drink on this podcast. What are you talking about? Drink beer every day.
I don't have anything to put or any any dry elbows to put ointment on, but I do have this beard oil that smells super good.
Is that the beard oil like y'all made for us? All for us, as in me.
Yeah, all for us. Yeah. Girls can even use it. Girls, anyone really could use it as a hair mask.
Yeah, like I used it. That like beard oil you guys made.
Yep.
It was really good. I was really surprised, honestly. I was like, oh, this will probably be okay. And then I used it, I was like, oh my God, this is great.
Stuff. I'm proud of it. And it's smooth and it smells
yeah. So we were talking though. So okay. So I have a question for you.
I have an answer.
Whenever this is like totally random. It's kind of sort of in the same context of what we were talking about earlier with content and stuff and Twitch and things like that. So what exactly are you trying to like build up to? Like, so as I know you mentioned earlier, like a new camera or like a computer for editing and stuff like that. Like what exactly, like when you think of like your ideal setup, right? What is kind of the stopping point in your mind where you're like, I'm exactly where I want to be. Yes, I could go further. And if I get to go further, awesome. If not, I've made it to where I want to be.
Right. Oh, okay.
And obviously this is super like individual based. So there is no like right or wrong answer. Just a genuine question.
I do want the iMac and like really ballin' editing software and the like the kick-ass camera and maybe even like a much better like upgraded laptop too to go along with it so that I could still stream like video games and stuff and not have to have a completely like separate setup. Because I think you said something about streaming something from an iMac, something more difficult. So
there's just some compatibility issues streaming from an iMac.
Right. So, things to like, because I still want to be able to integrate Twitch in a lot more. I want to do a lot more video game streaming and just chatting streams. But with the video game streaming, I still need, more equipment for that. So I guess just being like decked out, being able to stream everything that I want and it not looking like it's 2006.
Yeah.
Up in this piece.
Which is, it's funny you say that. So, weirdest thing ever. I had an Eminem song recommended to me on YouTube yesterday or the day before, which he is a guilty pleasure of mine. I'm a fan of the old Marshall Mathers.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was a song called White America. And I was watching the music video, listening to it, and I'm like jamming out. And I look up, and that shit was so grainy as fuck. And it was an animated video at that. And it was like the official, Vivo or whatever music, like YouTube channel. So it was like the official, legit, like music video, like verified and everything. And it was like pixelated as fuck. And I was like, dude, what's this resolution? It said auto. It was like 480p. And I was like, I'm gonna turn this shit up. And I got to looking at it, was like, oh no, that is like the max resolution you can watch it at. And I'm like, and I'm sitting there looking like, when did this fucking song come out? And I don't remember exactly when that song came out. I was like mid to like 20 teens or something.
America came out in the
It was like 2014, 2013, something like that. 2015, right?
I don't know, maybe even earlier, right? High school? Well, high
Maybe.
school for me.
Here, I can just look it up real quick because I don't remember. 11 years ago. See, exactly what I was just, the point I was trying to make is technology is always progressing. And like at the time, that video, while it's like a weird animated version, like 480p was like, that was a shit.
Yeah. Yeah. You were loading it in real smooth.
And now it's just like, damn. Anyways, tying that into what I was saying is, thank you, Adam. I thought it was later than that. Fucking 11 years ago. That's fucking crazy. I'm thinking of a different song, but that's the song I listened to. And the point I'm getting at though is, yeah, I look at, like you're saying, I was looking at some of my old VODs the other day and I was like, holy shit, that's so pixelated. It's so blurry. But at the time, it's like, that's what I had. And I made that shit work. And it was so crazy though, because I had so many people hang out and watch me while streaming on PS4, streaming it like what probably in reality was like 540p, but it looking back at it now, it looks like 160p.
Yeah.
So yeah, it crazy though. Like it's kind of crazy to see the evolution of technology and stuff, like the resolution at which we watch and take in information. It's like a month passes and it's like a new piece of hardware comes out.
I get sort of frustrated with like cell phones and stuff like that because I'm like, okay, I thought I was up to date. I was only up to date.
Yeah, me and Jonathan talked about that. Like there's some little things that have come out, which of course it was after you bought that phone. As far as like some people saying they were having service issues and stuff, and he said you were having some of the same issues that I've been hearing about, which really frustrates me because I would not have sold you that phone if I'd known otherwise. So I'm so sorry. You know, I would never purposely steer you wrong.
That's all right. We already we know
but
where I'm going, which direction I'm going in next. So
so yeah, it's I don't know. It's really crazy. But I will say I'm pretty excited because the new iPhone launches tomorrow, and I'm actually kind of sort of excited to get the 12 just to see some of these improvements with the software with the new hardware. So I am kind of excited for that. I do miss my Galaxy though, but from the words of Austin, he's not a big fan of the camera of the S20 Ultra. So he has the S20 Ultra. He's not a big fan of that camera. So, which is weird for me because I love the S10's camera. That phone took like some crazy fucking pictures.
Kept telling Jonathan, I was like, the camera on my S10 was better than the camera on this phone. And he was like, that can't be right because this phone is like updated. It's got a new camera. And I was like, I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
The S10 took really, really good photos and this one is not as good. And he was just like, I don't understand. I don't know, babe.
Yeah, it really frustrated me. Like whenever we talked about it, which obviously I wasn't frustrated at you for feeling that way. I was just frustrated about like what I just said. Like I felt like it could have been prevented if we would have done a different phone, but it's also like I didn't know because the phone I sold it to you was brand new. So obviously like I'd sold quite a few. People liked it, you know, but then like there started coming out like there were issues like people were having with software, like the coverage acting up. They have to change out the SIM multiple times and stuff like that. So yeah, just stick with the Galaxy, the S series, if you're going to stay with the Samsung.
Right. Yeah. Now we know. And that's fine.
Live
and it's
you
my
learn.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, nice.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm excited to to switch to the iPhone for my next phone. Excited and nervous just because I know it's going to be.
So what's like the thing that you're the most excited about with it then? The camera itself?
The camera, and just because I do love Apple products. Like, I've always loved Apple products. So I'm just ready to have a phone that is also an Apple product. I just love them.
I have different reasons why I like each one over the other. Because like every time I sell myself on the Android, I sell myself back on Apple, and then every time I upsell myself on Apple, I re-upsell myself on something Android. Specifically I don't think it's the phone with Android. I think it's just the software. I like the freedom of customization, which we talked about this at work, but it seems like Apple is finally caved with 14.0 and 14.1 iOS and caved and gave us more customization options finally, like, which, as you can tell, like, I don't utilize it on my phone. My phone, if you see it, is just a background and it looks the same as iPhones always did before, but the option is there if I want to do it. And the big thing I always used on my S10, so there is an app limit of how many apps you can run at once on a S10, and it's 5. There is a way that I know how you can run 5 apps at once, and that's because I'm a guy. So I would be holding the phone, split the main screen, so have Twitch open, watching my homie stream. Bottom portion of the screen, Twitter. Have a window open on the side for texting. Have another window with YouTube playing. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't do that on an iPhone.
They know. I was going to say, they know what they're doing when it comes to multitasking.
Yeah. And I really fucking miss that bad on my Galaxy S10. That's the thing I don't like about my iPhone. But hey, they finally made it where you can watch a Twitch stream and do other things at the same time, though. But see, it's not too much debt whenever you're a content creator and you have to be in Discord and Twitch and your social media, but you also want to watch a YouTube video. I mean, picture it like your desktop. You have like 4 windows open at one time and you're really only working on one thing. It's kind of the same thing.
Your phone.
Just in your hand.
Oh, I couldn't do it. It would be too overwhelming for me to have so much on such a tiny little device. So I'm good on that. Now you guys have the little, like,
I'm on the spectrum and I like that kind of stuff.
And as you know, I'm on the spectrum and I don't like that kind of stuff.
Well, I am on the spectrum and I love that stuff.
We all spectrum differently.
I'm on a different portion of that spectrum. Oh, Adam, you're not phoning right, dude. You're not phoning right, dog. If you can't text and look at Twitter and watch a stream and watch a YouTube video and call your mom all at the same time, you're not using your phone right. Oh man,
everything out of this phone. I'll tell you what.
I tell you what. Now I get about 14 minutes of battery life, but god dang it, I can do all kinds of shit. No, in all seriousness, actually, what Adam said about the battery being tortured, I feel like I burn my, and I'm not like being like facetious in any way. I promise this is not a facetious statement, what I'm going to say. So please do not translate it as, oh, Dan is saying Android is better than Apple, because I'm not saying that. Again, like art, I think it's very subjective to what you're using it for. I think.
Yeah.
I truthfully believe that. But I will say, like, I've tried to use my iPhone like I used my Galaxy S10, and I feel like I get half the battery life. Truthfully, genuinely, legit. and I do not charge overnight. I only charge it when I wake up and while I'm getting ready for work, and then whenever it absolutely needs to charge. So I'm not overcharging the batteries. The batteries are staying proficiently charged and maintained. I'm firmly against charging my phone overnight while I'm sleeping because it's really bad for the battery. So whenever I had my S10, I would do the same thing. I would seriously get close to 48 hours of battery life out of my phone while doing all that stuff, like throughout the day. Not obviously sitting there for like an hour at a time doing it, but like throughout the day, having all those windows, and then of course like locking the screen, and then when I'd get a notification, checking my phone. So all those things are constantly running. But I feel like with my iPhone, only really using it to maybe watch YouTube or be on Twitter, I feel like I get half the battery life. And of course, when I say 48 hours, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like close, I would say close to 24 hours, like a full 24 hours. Right. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying with what I'm saying is not saying one phone is better than the other. I'm just saying that's been my experience.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but I'm a firm believer in not charging your phone overnight. Personally, that's just a personal.
See, I do it, but ever since you told me that, I used to plug my phone in no matter what it was at every single day, and then I stopped doing that. And then with my last couple phones, I only plug it in whenever it has to be charged. But I still do have a problem with like half the time it needs to be charged when I'm going to bed. So it ends up being on the charger all night long.
Well, that's why you plug it up while you're getting ready for bed. Because if your phone, think of it this way, if your phone's at 30%, it's not going to die in 8 hours if you're not doing anything at all on that phone. So you just plug it up when you wake up.
That's true. That's true. I need to be plugged in.
Are you getting sleepy?
I'm getting sleepy.
Oh my God. This man leaving it on the phone, on the charger all the time. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying you're doing it wrong. I'm not saying anybody's doing it wrong. That's just how I do it. And I've always had a very good experience. Like I said, when you see my phone, I'm probably that guy that with the screenshots, it's like 25% or less. And you're like, bro, plug your phone up. It's going to die. And I'm just like, oh, it's fine. I got another day and a half of battery life. But then again, I'm not on my phone when I don't have to be. Does that make sense? I'm on my phone a lot, but I'm not on it when I don't have to be on it.
Right. And when you are on it, you want to be able to get all the things done that you need to get done.
See, Kogan understands. I'm a risk taker. I will risk my phone dying on me, and it will happen every once in a while. And I'm like, oh, sweet relief. Nobody can text me while it's charging.
Like my phone die frequently.
I promise
when
you.
I say like it needs to be charged, it's like dead.
It's like dead. I promise you, whenever we were in the mountains and I had no phone service, I loved every moment of it. It was so awesome not having any phone reception. Somebody at work tried to call me like, oh, I tried to call you. I had a question for you. And I'm like, yeah, because I was somewhere where there was no T-Mobile service. And it was awesome because you didn't bother me.
Yeah. Yeah. I bet that was nice. I want to go. Get away from all the cell service.
We're going to that place. Yeah, it was cool. There's no power, no internet, no cell phone service. And it's black at night. Like there's no lights. And it's pitch black outside. Only thing lighting anything up is if you bring a light and a fire pit, the fire pit.
Oh, I can't wait. So TikTok kills. TikTok kills my phone now. See?
Yeah, I just have a habit of pulling my phone out of my pocket. You guys have to remember, my job requires me to be on my phone a lot, and that job is content creation. Because the one time that Dan is messaged by somebody, he doesn't answer right away. Dan is an asshole. Oh, what did I do wrong? I did something wrong. Dan is mad at me. And it's like, but when it's the other way around, it's like, God, Dan, I'm out living my fucking life. What do I need to talk to you 24/7? Like, Jesus Christ, I'm just making sure you're alive. Fuck.
Going from real life experience, I wonder.
No, there was no form of underlying anger in that description. No. Quit yawning, damn it.
Makes me sleepy, and I drove today, and I didn't sleep well last night.
I don't know how to respond to Snapchats when you don't send me anything else. Like, when you send me something and it's funny, I'm just like, ha ha ha, and I laugh like for an hour about it. But then I'm like, I don't know what to say back. And then I get really scared and I just don't respond. I close it out. I'm like, bye, Snapchat. And then I'm like, that will answer, like, we'll make a new conversation in like 2 hours. It's fine.
Send emojis. I only speak in emojis most of the time.
Yeah. It doesn't work like that in my head, though. And this is the part where I do get what Sam was talking about Saturday night when she got in me, because I do that sometimes and I don't realize it when I do it until I do it. And I'm like, oh, that's how that feeling is.
There it is.
It's just a different context, though. It's like when somebody says, like, you know how it is, like whenever somebody sends you this really long drawn out message and you're like, I don't really know what to say back, so you just send them K. I have the mindset of like, I would just rather not respond to you and you see that I read it, which I know that's not the right response. The right response is to at least say K. Like, yeah, fuck you, but hey, at least I read it and you know I read it.
Right.
Because that's what responding just the letter K is.
Right.
Yeah, no. She does speak to me in TikToks and memes and GIFs. It's just some of them, they're great. They are the ones I don't respond to. Just know the ones I don't respond to realistically are the best ones, because I don't know what to say. Because you should just envision me if I didn't respond. Like, I'm sitting on a toilet, like taking a shit, and I'm just profusely laughing nonstop and putting off wiping my ass because I'm laughing so hard. So if
that's the other thing I'm
excited
about.
Ones. What?
That's the other thing I'm excited about, being able to react to messages without having to actually say anything back, being able to be like, yep, gotcha. And I don't have to be like, okay, gotcha. Like in text, I can just be like, okay. Bing, bang, boom.
Bing, bang, bada, boom. I'm stupid. What?
No.
A TOS, but it's not terms of service. So wait. Oh, no. See, this is what I'm talking about. So normally when we're doing podcasts and we hit about the 2-hour mark, I'm like, all right, we got about 30 minutes left. And tonight I'm just like, oh my God, 2.5 hours already? I don't want to stop. I want to keep going. I told you guys, I could talk with Sam literally all night.
That's how it was when we talked last week. Like, it got to be 4 something in the morning, and I was like, when did that happen?
Yeah, it was just so much fun. And the thing is, I feel like people look at me and they're like, they either like me, and that's because they think like me. And I get like really nervous because Adam is new to my channel and my content, which I know, like, from my understanding, we're on good terms, but I know you like watch Sam, but then I read that comment like just say ha 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 back, and then with the shrug face, which I know you're being like sarcastic and funny, but then like when I read it, I'm like, oh God, he thinks I'm a dick. and he's never gonna come back around, and he's only here for Sam. Like, that's how I read that. Like, I'm so self-conscious of myself. That's how I read that. I'm like, and I know that's not how you meant it. Maybe you did. I don't know. See, I'm questioning myself. I'm gonna go get a beer. I'll be back.
See, you want to talk about... He wants to talk about how he doesn't understand some people's anxiety and the way that it presents and what it makes them do. But then he has moments like that. Kogan said, I've been here 3 years and I still don't like you. Oh, shit. Oh, I was yelling at you and I was like, you want to talk and act like you don't understand how other people's anxiety presents, and then you're so self-aware of how your anxiety presents.
Yeah, but shut up. You suck. I'm gonna call Kayla and tell her you're cyberbullying me. I do overthink shit though, all the fucking time, and you know that.
Yeah, I mean, I do it too. Real recognize real.
The thing is, I want people to like me. I want to be likable, and the thing is, I'm so afraid of not being likable because my dad is not a likable person. Like, he is, but then he does shit, and I'm like, you're a fucking asshole. No wonder nobody wants to be around you, and all my friends think you're crazy. But it's like when you sit down and have a conversation with him about things that don't involve relationships, religion, or politics, he's a really cool guy. When you get into those other things, or you're his family, he becomes a fucking psycho narcissist. Anyways, I'm afraid to be like that. Not likable. That's my biggest fear, is for people not to like to be around me. And the thing is, there's clearly a group of people that like to be around me, but I still always question, like, do these people actually like me? Like, all the fucking time. All the time.
Yep, I totally understand that, because before I left Kentucky today, I ate a bologna sandwich and was really nervous, or like I was really sick to my stomach, and my aunt was like, okay, what are you nervous about? And I was like, I don't know, because I mean, we already talked while he was streaming, and like, this is just going to be just like that with the same people most likely, and I don't know why I'm so freaked out. And she was like, Samantha, it's because you desperately want everyone to like you, nay, love you, and you're so fearful of people rejecting you and judging you and deciding that they don't like you from a short experience that it makes you sick to your stomach. And I was like,
and then I was
oh,
like,
that's dumb.
But then I was like, guess what, Sam? You're okay. You're okay. You're okay, Sammy. You're okay.
Everything I could not to go along with.
We're the only ones that like fucking get what I'm even talking about, because nobody can hear the music, but we're listening to Alien Ant Farm. We were listening to Alien Ant Farm, and that's why I was like, I did that. Yeah. If you don't get it, you're too old or too young. You just won't understand. But you telling that while that was playing was like fucking perfect. Honestly, that was like so suitable to the conversation, because I was like, yeah, keep going. It's building. It's building. Boom, here it is.
A euphemism in there somewhere. There's a dirty joke somewhere.
There is. We'll find it later on when we rewatch this.
That's what
if she doesn't
said.
know if Annie is okay, she's too young for you, bro. Do you ever see somebody and think they're cute and then find out how old they are, and then you do the whole like half your age plus 7 thing, and then tell yourself, wow, this is weird that I thought this person was attractive, or like, oh, okay, no, that's okay. No, yes. I do that at work all the time. Like, I'll be helping somebody, be like, oh, she's cute. And then, like, I'm like, because we have to see people's ID to, like, verify them to get in their account. And then I see their age, and I'm like, okay, half mine plus 7. Oh, you just went from being like, damn, girl, you cute, to like, oh, sweetie, you're so cute. Like, you know, like,
Never heard
No.
the half your age plus 7.
it's a real thing. And if it like is that age or less, it becomes weird.
Det said I do that on TikTok, and then I look at their profile and I'm like, a child. Fuck.
Okay, so I'm so glad that I'm not the only one, because I was gonna say we're gonna not let this podcast go live if nobody else knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So half your age plus 7. That's
Yeah. And if they're
Okay.
younger than that, it's weird.
all right.
Which obviously, if
Okay.
you're like a cougar, that's a different story. It's more of like for people in their mid 20s to late 20s. Which I just so happen
Okay,
to
so
be the
I'm
young
out.
stud in our group of friends. Still in their 20s. I'm so fit and like fucking ripped. As people mistake me for being in my late 30s all the fucking time. I'm old, fat, and
Oh my
ugly
God.
looking.
That's none
It's
of those
okay.
things
The
are
kids
true.
still think I'm hip. They watch me on the TikTok and the YouTube and the Twitch. Yeah, I'm 28.
They twitching again.
Adam, don't give me a hard time. You give Gypsy, Mrs. Artistic Gypsy, a hard time. She's the old lady that robbed me from my mom's cradle that I was sitting in.
Yes, every time we're all together, I feel like it comes up that you are the baby.
I am.
And it's usually you pointing out that we're all old.
Yeah, it's usually me making fun of all of you old people. The irony is I've lost the most hair, so the laughing joke is really on me, so it's fine. But see, this is the thing about me and other pussies in this world, is I can make fun of myself while I dish out making fun of everybody else.
Yeah, that's the important
A lot
part,
of people
really.
cannot handle both. Okay, well,
Just
Adam, as
don't be
long as
old.
you're the
Easy
real
fix.
only old person. Says that, yo, I am a boomer. I'm talking about TikTok, like the TikTok. He's on the twerking on the TikTok. I just want to get old so I can be the piece of shit that abuses the senior discount. We were talking about that at work the other day. I have very mixed feelings about senior discounts. I understand most seniors in our generation live on fixed incomes, but it's the entitled ones. Like, I live to be 78 years old and my kid's gonna wipe my ass next year for me because I won't be able to reach that far. But you're gonna give me a goddamn discount. Okay, well, what did you do to, like, help this company or this country? I mean, at least the fucking military people, like, volunteered literally their life in all forms and factors to, like, in some form of sacrifice. But then you got the old people that are like, I just lived past the age of 60. Like, get the fuck out of here. I paid
No, you
my
know what
bill
my
on
favorite
time
thing
for
is?
25 years, so give me a discount. Yeah,
okay.
I'm 30 and
These
I paid my
people-
electric bill on time every month for the last 15 years, and they haven't given me a goddamn discount.
Give me a quarter life discount, please. No, these are the people who are okay. You want a participation trophy for being able to live long,
But they don't
but you want to make fun of other people that get participation trophies or get
for
like
playing baseball or
acknowledgement
something.
for having done something. Yeah.
All these pussy ass kids getting their green participation ribbons for playing soccer. But god damn it, McDonald's, you better give me that 40-cent discount on my 89-cent coffee, you fucking scam artist. I lived through the Depression. I was 6 months old and I don't remember a fucking moment of it. But I survived it. I lived it. And I was born and breathed into it. Now give me a fucking 40-cent discount on my coffee.
I'm old. Fix my Facebook for me.
I get that one a lot too at T-Mobile. I mean, the company that I work for. I'm sorry. I have nothing but respect for elderly. I really, truly do, because there are some amazing older people that I've met and worked with that are very progressive thinking in terms of like respect for fellow human beings. And those, I love those. They're my favorite because they never want to stop learning. They never want to be like, I'm too old to learn this. I'm too old to learn this, so will you put my Facebook on here for me? I want to see my granddaughter. I don't have a problem like with people that are old and want to learn technology and keep up, but it's the ones that are like, I don't want to, and those are the ones that are like, I don't remember my password, so you give it to me. It's like, I didn't make your password. Yeah, you did. When you set this phone up 6 years ago, you put the email in there, and then you made me tell you the password, but it's not my job to remember it. You remember it. Like, Jesus Christ, Granny. Like, fuck. I typed it in for you, but you told me the password. Nope. No, it doesn't. No, you made it because you're the one that typed it. You're the one that's liable. And the customer's always right. This is 1958. The customer's always right. And if not, I'm going to call your manager out here and get you fucking fired.
Calm down, Grandma. This isn't the soda pop shop.
Anyways, there's some underlying aggression hanging out in there from some real life experience, traumatic. I can't even talk right now. You know what I'm trying to say. There's some fucking goddamn trauma.
Drama, and that's on trauma.
Mrs. Hawkins,
oh,
no.
Man.
Maybe, I don't know. What about Mrs. Hawkins? I told you, Sam, about the people I had to call the police on the other day.
Yeah. Wild. People are wild.
Adam, I have a list of stories between GameStop, Rural King, and T-Mobile. I mean, the wireless company I work for. That acquired another wireless company, and their customers are like even worse.
We love cell phone services.
It's so crazy, and it's really funny. Like, I had a guy get mad at me because he didn't pay his phone bill on time, and his phone shut off, and then he started yelling at me about it. He goes, "I'm too busy to come up here and deal with this." And I looked at him and said, "To come up here and pay your bill?" Like, I didn't know what else to say. I'm like, here lately, like, I've just not given a fuck. And if anybody in my leadership is watching, this is a joke. I love everybody. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just venting about some aggression and frustration. But one time, this the other day, though, was the greatest thing. And this was the yellow company customer. They were trying to migrate to the pink company. And so I was helping them. Well, actually, they came in and they weren't wearing a mask. The mom, this is like an older person. We told her she came in before her son. So she was waiting on him. She was like an older lady, like in her 60s, and they were going to migrate. But the account was in her son's name. So she comes in and was like, "Hey, hey, I want to migrate. And we're like, oh, yeah, you can do that, but your son needs to be here, blah, blah, blah. Like, we need you to wear a mask. She's like, okay, that's fine. I'll just wait outside for him. When he gets here, I'll put it on. So we're like, okay, cool. No big deal. And so he gets there and they both come in and we're like, hey, you know, we need you to wear a mask. She like starts putting it on. He's like, oh, I can't wear a mask. I can't breathe in those. I have a health condition. And I'm sitting there like, sure you do. You and like every other fucking American in this country that's an anti-masker. But okay. Well, sir, we would have to help you outside. More than happy to help you. You don't want to wear a mask? That's cool. Like, but to be in the store, it's, you know, corporate policy. Like, you have to wear one. That's illegal. That's illegal. And I said, well, sir, it's like a private business. Like, they can set rules like that. Like, and I'm sitting there thinking in my mind, because this is how I think. I obviously didn't say any of this out loud, but I'm sitting there thinking it, processing in my mind. And I'm thinking, I could literally tell you, you have to do a fucking backflip and a somersault and then like dance on your head before you can buy a phone. Like, if I was the person that owned the business, you would have to do it, right? Like, if I said, this is the way I will sell you a phone. You have to do a somersault, a cartwheel, dance on your head like it's 1988, and do a roller disco, and I'll sell you the phone. You would have to do it. It's a private business. That could be the obligation to be able to sell you. And the guy goes, anyways, so I say, you have to wear a mask, blah, blah, blah. It's policy. That's illegal. That's illegal. And I said, well, it's not illegal. Private business. And you're here and you're refusing to wear it. He's like, well, you're going to call your corporate office. And I said, well, I'm not going to call them. If you want to call them, here's a number. And just make sure you tell them I showed you the sign on the front door that said customers and employees are required to wear masks at all times inside the store. And I said, now I'm going to do what my next instructed like direction is to at this point going forward. And that is to call my local police department and have you escorted off the premises for trespassing. And he's like, you're not going to do that. And I said, oh, I'm not. And so I took my phone out of my pocket, and I have an iPhone right now. And I said, hey, that word that I can't say because then it'll start listening to me. I said, hey, blah, 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 blah. Call the blah, blah, blah police department. And it started ringing. And he looks at his mom and he goes, oh, fuck this. Let's get out of the store. Like, exactly, dude. Like, exactly. You ain't going to do shit. And he's like, I'm calling your corporate. What's your name? And I'm like, my name is blah, blah, blah. My manager's name is blah, blah, blah. And this is blah, blah, blah that I work with. And we've been tenured for 1 year, and I've been here for 4 years almost. But feel free to call them. That's fine. They'll tell you exactly what I just told you. And so they go outside, and they're like sitting out there for a minute. And I looked over at, actually, it was Austin. I looked over at him and said, watch. Give them 2 to 5 minutes. They're going to poke their head back in here and say, can you help us finish what we're doing? That would be a bit of irony. And so we waited and we waited. And sure enough, the mom poked her head. Are y'all going to come out here to help us? There's nobody else to help that you're working with in the store. And I was just like, no, I'm not going to help you because you've been rude to me and you've talked to me like this. If Austin wants to help you, he can, but I'm not going to because you're not going to talk to me like that. And then Mr. Austin, being really nice like he is, went out there and helped him. But I was like, I'm not going out there. You're not going to treat me like shit and then expect me to help you. I don't give a fuck. I don't get paid enough to give a shit about your opinions on masks.
Right. Please call and tell them I did my job exactly as they instructed me to do.
Yeah. That's the thing that's funny is people think that and just think, I make commission and hourly. Imagine somebody that makes minimum wage. They don't give a fucking shit if you get your Subway sandwich. They don't lose money if you don't. They still get paid their hourly. They may get fired, but they're not going to lose their fucking job. I mean, their paycheck. They might lose their job depending on how they handle the situation. Anyways, that was a recent story, but a real true story. It really happened. I found joy in telling the person no and sticking to it. I will say that. That was nice.
That's nice. I was going to say, that probably felt really good to be able to be like, no, you disrespected me. I'm not going to come out here and help you with a fucking smile on my face. Pretend like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Oh no!
Rogue.
I seen a Snapchat the other day though, Rogue. Of I think it was a TikTok video of a guy where they had a sign. It was like in a city-based subway, and it was like where it required you to wear a mask, and the guy refused to wear one, and he threw an absolute child's tantrum, and everybody in the store, literally everyone but him was wearing a mask. And everybody was just staring at him, and he threw his like drink and chips across the room because they refused to like make him a sandwich. And the girl was like, "If you just put on the mask for the 5 minutes it'll take you to like do this, I'll make your sandwich for you." And regardless of how you feel about masks, like people need to understand the people enforcing the rule don't make the rules. So
No. They're just doing what they have to do, what they were told to do.
oh, Gramps, hold on. Oh, nice. You should have told him that I missed him really, really a lot and that he should contact me. Well, that's cool, man. I miss Gramps a lot. He was somebody that I felt
Gramps?
like I would have here to chat with while I'm doing stuff like this. I felt like that for a long time. And then he just disappeared. And I miss him really bad. Huh? Who's Gramps?
I said, who is? Yeah.
A friend that I looked at like I look at Jonathan. Like I valued him at that level, and then he just disappeared. And that's why it was really hard for me to get really close like that to Jonathan for so long.
Aww.
Because I was afraid of like just somebody else just disappearing, doing their own thing. It's really, it's fucking hard being a creator, man. You see your
it's
friends,
hard being a person.
like, well, like, and maybe that's what it is, but it's like you're working on your stuff and you see your friends around you progressing in their shit, like having a family and stuff, like having kids. Like this person has their second kid, and then I'm just over here like still, like I know I'm helping other people and stuff, but it's like I feel like my reason to not talk to them is not that big of a deal, but then like they have a real reason to not be able to talk to me, and because I've never experienced that, I don't understand why you still can't take the time to talk to me. And so I just like fucking miss the shit out of that person, you know? And like it's like in my heart I know why. They're taking care of their family. But then like in my present self, that's just feeling the feelings in that moment. It's like, dude, you were around every fucking day. We talked every day. We hung out every day. We played video games every day. You were in my stream every day. Now you're gone. You're nowhere to be seen. I haven't talked to you in 3 years.
Yeah, that's really hard.
Yeah.
That's really hard.
Sucks.
Dynamic shifts, especially when they come out of nowhere. You know, I've experienced that a lot this year.
Mm-hmm.
When they just pop up out of nowhere, when they come up in any way, shape, or form at all. Like I think we had talked about, you know, friend breakups are just
one second timeout. Rogue, you did not bring bad juju. This is a serious conversation, dude. This isn't me talking like, hey, like screw him for bringing this up. This is actually the perfect person I'm talking to right now is the perfect person to have this conversation in the vicinity of because of what she's about to say. So unpause and go ahead.
Oh, what was I saying?
We're talking about like the feelings, like the dynamic.
Oh,
like
yeah.
The shift.
So,
like the shift.
So like whenever the friendship breakups are fucking the hardest anyway, because you've developed a completely different relationship with that person, which I know sounds weird when you like not necessarily comparing it to intimate relationship breakups, but like when you think about, I've walked away from family members easier than I've walked away from friends before. And so whenever you have someone that you've like poured your heart out to, that they know you inside and out, and that you are connected with on a normal basis, just like vamp, you're going to have so many feelings because of that. Not only because of just like the mourning of that friendship, but because we all have abandonment issues from one reason or another.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you're triggered right down to your very core because that another person has left. So it makes a whole lot of sense that it was really difficult for you to get close with Jonathan. And same goes him for you, because he's had, I mean, he definitely has the definition of a lifelong like friend for life in one of his high school best friends. And like in the sense that they can go forever without talking to each other and or hanging out, and then the time that we all finally do hang out again, it's like no time has passed.
Exactly.
And so like forever friends in that way, but like he's not a part of our life all the time. He has no idea what's going on in our life half the time, like more than half the time. Like he's more like the good time for maybe the rest of our life, every now and again, good time friend. Whereas forming relationships like we have, like with you and Kayla, for instance, is really an intimate experience. And it's really difficult to do that over and over and over again, having lost friendships for one reason or another, but especially the ones that just peace out of nowhere with no, like you don't know what happened, or you do, but it just doesn't feel like, I mean, I know what happened with me and, you know, someone that I don't speak to anymore.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I mean, you already know I'm still processing through that shit. And that's been 9 months.
Yeah. And it, you know, is like this person that I miss really bad. Like their spouse posted a photo of their child, and I was like, oh my God, I had no idea you guys were pregnant again. So like the baby's beautiful. I'm so happy for you guys. I miss you guys. And then no response, which that person didn't respond really to anybody on there. It was almost like the photo was taken, it was posted, and then not looked at again, you know? So
right.
I know that I'm pretty confident that person wasn't ignoring me, but it was just like, I felt like in that moment, like
Anxiety likes to tell us.
Yeah, like in that in that moment, I just felt like I would say something and they would see that, and like I'd be reached out to. Like that was me putting my hand out, waiting to be responded to. And that ties and I didn't tell you that the other day, like when we had that talk, but like that happened literally just a few days before we had that discussion the other night where you like got at me. So does what I'm saying make sense now about like, I hate it whenever I tell somebody how I feel, but then they don't say anything back. Like, you see, like, and again, I'm not justifying what I said because it was very insensitive, but
your feelings,
but that was like a recent thing that made me feel that way. And then somebody else that was getting close to that level is just not around, not talking to me, not telling me how they feel, not telling me why they're not talking. They're not even interacting with other people other than me that they used to interact with. And it triggered that in me. So yeah. Whenever you see that happening with like multiple people and you're trying to not, it's hard to separate sometimes.
Yeah.
This is like, bro, and then just fucking tell me what is going on. I don't even fucking care. Just fucking tell me.
We don't know Yeah, no, I totally understand that. And that does make a lot more sense now. And even like further still again, it really is such a testament to your and Jonathan's relationship that you guys were both able to push through. And in losing friendships this year, because we've all lost friendships, um, to see you two pull in. Like, I know that we're all pulling in together because I feel it happening. Like, we see everything else around us happening and we're like, well, just okay, you guys still safe? You're not sus? All right, cool.
No orange here. No, I text Jonathan like every fucking day. Every single day. Like, it's weird. Like when you're dating somebody and you wake up and you're like, oh, hey, good morning. Like for me, it was like with him, it's like, I'm like, hey, bro, what's up, dude? But that's the equivalent of like, hey, babe, what's up? How you doing this morning? I didn't vent. I'm completely innocent, Adam.
Saw Dan vent though. I'm gonna tell Jonathan that. Tell him to text you.
That, by the way, that stream from that night is gonna be turned into a YouTube video for next week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be Stream Memes Volume 5, Among Us Edition.
Or just this. Not this and this. Just
Did you know that 99 red balloons flew by? Did anybody else know that? It's a good jam right here. So, but yeah, I mean, and what Rogue said, it worries me too. Because at the end of the day, here's the thing, is like, if there is an issue with me, that's fine, but I also understand that that person was the last time I spoke to them. Let me emphasize that was 3 years ago, which is so hard to believe. But 3 years ago, I spoke to that person last, and they were dealing with a lot of mental health stuff. So I just want to know that the dude's doing okay.
Yeah.
So I just, like I said earlier, I fucking care too much. I care way more than I should about people. And I know that, whenever you say that, the way I'm saying it makes it sound like a flaw or something, but I'll tell you guys something. It's a great trait to care about people and be considerate of feelings and stuff, but it's also a curse, because whenever it goes back to that conversation earlier about like committing when you're in content creation, you commit every day of your life to everybody else but yourself. That's where it's a curse, because it makes you miserable some days. It makes you wish you didn't care about other people. And it's like, whenever I see people not around, my immediate thought isn't like, oh no, my viewership's down. My immediate thought is like, oh God, I hope this person is okay. Like, people may not think I remember their Twitch name, but I fucking remember people. And when people come back from like a stream years later, and they're like, oh yeah, dude, I may take me a minute. And they're like, oh yeah, bro, I watched you play like Fallout 3 like 10 years ago, whatever. Like, oh shit, bro, yeah, dude, I remember you. We talked about if I was excited for Fallout 4 or not. Like, I randomly like remember conversations I've had with people like from streams months and years ago, like before whatever that moment is that I'm remembering it from. Really weird.
Yeah.
Really fucking weird. But
that's cool though. I don't.
Yeah, and I correlate how I think. I correlate something about you that you tell me about yourself with your username, so I remember. I didn't realize I did it until the other day. Because somebody came in the other day that I haven't talked to in like a year, and they were like, oh yeah, blah, 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 I'm sorry, I've been around. The same general thing that people say, oh, I've been busy with work or whatever, which is probably true, but like that's like the general. And I'm like, and I remember this person because I remember their job. I remember like their shift that they worked, and I remember like what they were going through in that time in their life that made them get on Twitch. and distract themselves.
Right. That's a good thing, though. And
No, it's
that's
not.
some like Michael Scott.
It's not a good thing because it makes you fucking miserable and go insane when those people are not around.
Okay, so
Like,
here's the thing.
There is one person that lives near me. I will not say their name. Just know. I can't even describe that because you'll know who it is. All I'll say is they live near me. And it's not Raz. It's not Renegade. And I'm miserable thinking about that person daily because they only seem to come around when I'm playing specific games, but then they're gone for so long in between that where I worry myself sick thinking about that person. Not like, why aren't they here? Why aren't they here? It's more like, are they okay? Are they okay? Did they catch COVID? Are they in the hospital? Are they sick? Are they okay? They just decided like, fuck this guy. I'm not going to come hang out anymore. And I'm going to go over here and hang out. Like okay, well, if you're going to do that, it's cool. But just be like, hey, I'm shoot you a DM and be like, yo, your shit sucks. Bye. I don't know. It's a weird thought. And that's like the curse of being a caring person in content creation. That's why they say narcissists are the best content creators. Because
they don't care about anybody but themselves.
Nobody but themselves.
That's true. I mean, it takes a lot of you take a lot of hits being a caring, tender-hearted individual. I mean, it's like I told you and Kayla, when all of this stuff went down and like now like different things are happening in old friend groups that at one point would have involved me and Jonathan specifically, and now we are no longer a part of or thought of in these circles. And I got to a point where I was like, I don't want to make more friends anymore. If it gets to where nobody's our friend anymore and it's just me and you, well, I guess we'll have a lot of dogs and be friends with them because I'm tired of making friends and then losing those friends. But in those moments, it's fine for me to have those feelings and to feel so lost and to feel so heartbroken and to feel that grief because it is what it is and it's a part of my human experience and living as a fucking Care Bear. But I do know that I love making new friends and I like taking that gamble. And at the end of the day, it's still worth it to be a tender-hearted, caring, I'm going to go ahead and love you from the get. And if you break my heart, I'll just fucking deal with that shit and move on because I'm capable of doing that.
Yeah, I always find myself going back to being that person. Even though in the moment, like, I'm really bitter. Not because, like, I'm like, oh, this person has moved on in their life. But it's more of like, God damn it, at least tell me you're okay, that you're fine. I just want to know you're alive and you're breathing because I give a shit about you. Otherwise, go fuck yourself.
It's that need for validation of remind me or validate me and let me know that I was still important enough to you or that you cared enough about me
This is how you remind me of who I really am. Yes, I see the story. Shout out to the best band ever, Nickelback. That's a joke. That's a meme. That's my sarcasm. Nobody take that serious. Nickelback is trash. There's nothing artistic about them. And that's the only time where art is not subjective. All right, moving on.
Be validated in that feeling of like, okay, I know you must have cared enough about me to at least say goodbye to me, but not everybody is brave enough or courageous enough to look you in, well, to look you in the Twitch is what I was going to say.
I need to start your stream so I can look you in the Twitch and tell you how I really feel. I don't know though. I think it's but like I said, like earlier when we were talking about like traumatic events, I think things have appeared in like happen in people's lives that makes them want to feel important, like in a community. And then when they finally do, and then they get that, it's like, okay, well, they felt that initial important feeling. And now it's like, well, I don't feel that anymore because this person's made me more involved in what's going on. And I almost feel like that happens sometimes with friendships. When you involve your friends too much in your life, and then you become a commodity and not like a friend.
Right.
I don't
Something
know,
that they can benefit from.
Yeah, I don't really know how to explain that.
Yeah. No, well, okay, so it translates, I think, clearly to me as
Yeah, but I'm
it's
so
like
bad at
towards the
expressing my feelings. I'm good at expressing them. I'm bad at wording them.
articulating them in such a way.
At wording.
Yeah, so when in words, damn. So towards the end of
Actually, yes, Dad, I'm curious. Anyways, go ahead. I'm
the
listening to you.
the last friendship that so with her towards the end there, it was like we were either, I mean, and maybe on my end too. Hell, I don't know. No, not really. I just needed friendship. But anyway, towards the end there, I was just someone to bitch to about the things that they had already bitched about 1,000 other times. And I had already told them, look, like, you're not taking my advice on this. I don't want to hear about it. Or I turned into the person that was able to rub their shoulders. Or
so
like,
can I tell you my like outside third person observation of that, like both sides? And I know I'll be honest with you. So I felt like there was definitely more give than take from you to that person, in terms of like, you definitely gave more of your time, your attention, your ears for listening and hearing. The problem I feel like what was happening was, so that person was dealing with whatever they were dealing with. I don't know that person beyond just the times that I was around them, right? I don't really have I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really have a real opinion or feeling on any of those people. I don't think they're bad people. I don't know them on a level of like, I know you guys. And it's really weird that I'm saying this, because I don't think they're bad people. I just think, like what Jonathan said about me, whenever me and Kayla, whenever you were like, you need to meet these people, you're like, Dan. And he was like, I don't care about meeting them because I probably won't like them. I probably won't be friends with them. And I know that he said that because we talked about it the other day, like for a long time, how I like blew off like the idea of even accepting you guys as friends. It took me months to be like, these are my friends. I would actually take a bullet for these people. And like, that's the thing we were talking about, like, just so everybody knows, we were talking about what I consider a friend versus an acquaintance. And if I tell you, you are a friend, I would probably get shot for you and take the bullet and die for you. So if I've ever called you a friend, I would take a bullet for you. And I don't take dying over another person very lightly. It's a very serious thing in my mind. So anyways, so when we were talking about that, oh my God, I just went total like ADHD mode and forgot what we were even talking about. Literally in that moment, I forgot what we were talking about. Holy shit. I'm an old man. What were we talking about? Well, this is embarrassing.
Oh, you were talking about you and Jonathan and how it took a long time for you guys to get close and how you didn't want to accept us as friends.
I'm going to blame this one on the alcohol. Alcohol. This is the Shit Show podcast. Oh!
It is a shit show.
So yeah, we were talking about how I knew you guys were friends and how I don't consider certain people friends and stuff. So anyway, right. So yeah, so like, I don't know. It's just really upsetting to see, like, there have been some people that I'm like, bro, I would take a bullet for this person. And then they're just like, And we were talking about the difference in you and this other person. That's right. This other person, it was very observable from an outside third person perspective. And at the end of the day, it was none of my business to say anything. But now that like it's all kind of said and done and whatever, I can just tell you what I seen. So I seen two people, both damaged in some way or another, right? You have your damages that you've been working through. That person has their own. I don't know that person on a personal level to know if they were dealing with it in their own way or not, because I really don't know. But I feel like I've seen two people where one would talk about their feelings nonstop, and then another person who would try to talk about their feelings, but their feelings were made into some kind of an inconvenience of like, well, why are we talking about your feelings? We should be talking about my feelings of what I'm going through right now. And while you're at it, can you fucking rub my back? And I know it's like funny to joke about now because it's like the past. But again, right. I don't think that person was a bad person. I just think that they're very self-absorbed in the sense of like, well, this is my friend. My friend should be listening to me, which is true. Friends do that, but you have to do it for each other. Meaning you have to be the one to return it. Yes, you have to be the one to return it when it's the other person's turn.
Right.
And that person just wasn't ready to be that friend.
Right. Yeah. 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 Totally agree. I totally agree. What did Det say?
It was literally one of the sweetest things. Oh, wait. The day I got my promotion, I think I'd been around for maybe 2 or 3 months. You did a day stream and I came into chat and I told you that I got it. You were super happy for me, but that wasn't it. It was while I was lurking, like 20 minutes later, I had the stream up on my TV and I heard you say, I'm so proud of Det for getting that promotion. He worked so hard and deserves it. Oh. It was literally one of the sweetest things I've ever heard anyone say, and I wasn't active in chat, so I know it wasn't just said to be said, which meant a lot. I mean, I tell you, like, if you're around and I get to know you, like, I fucking love everybody. That's the thing. That's why I say that all the time with my stream. Like, I want my channel size to be about 100 to 200 viewers, like, on average, realistically. Like, these are realistic numbers. And I want to be like, I want to know 80% of my audience, because yes, there's going to be lurkers, like people that don't ever talk and I never know anything about them because they're just watching. But I just want to get to know all these people and like help them and them help me by like letting me do what I do. But within, like, with me doing what I do, it helps them do what they need to do to get through their day. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like what Sam is doing with her stuff. Except I don't take pictures of myself.
You totally should integrate pictures in of yourself. Whatever kind of pictures you want.
I got a thick booty.
Hi, Cat.
I could do the cake challenge.
You could do the cake chip. Man, that picture, though.
There would be some dad bod in there. Adam, but you could. Oh, Cat, you're so sweet. Carol Cat's
good night, Rogue.
Person. Wait, Rogue? Oh, Rogue's going to bed. Good night, Rogue. Carol Cat's an awesome person, too. And I tell this story all the time. I don't know if she's ever heard me talk about it or not, but she was amazing. And the really badass unicorn PC case that I have that you've seen, Sam, she sent me that all the way from the land from down under. It came from the upside down land and flipped up to the normal side of gravity. Like she like threw it down through and the gravity was so intense it like sucked it down, and then it like fell back normal and landed in America? I don't know. It was an awesome surprise PC case.
America.
In America.
Oh man, it is a really cool PC case.
It is. It's so badass. I brag about it all the time at work. I'm pretty sure everybody that I've met through work that's at least seen my streaming channel, whether they watch or not, I've shown them pictures of that computer case. Like Iron Will Gaming has seen my entire setup, and he's heard me tell the story of this fucking computer case about 3 times. Okay, well, that's probably the worst part about Kat, but I'll still take her. She did crash us a lot in PUBG. Like, really, really bad. Crash us and kill us a lot in PUBG. I love you too, Kat.
That's a me type energy. I can't drive in games.
So I've asked all my guests this up to this point. What game or expansion or content for a game are you most looking forward to, either for the remainder of 2020 or 2021? And for what system? No pressure here.
Cool enough. Okay, hold on. Dan, what games are coming out? I don't know.
I don't know, Raz. I made a video talking about my most looked forward anticipated games. Wow. Okay, so we know she doesn't watch anything on my YouTube channel.
None of them are my most looking forward games.
I'm bored.
Oh my god!
What do you think? I make gaming content for a living? I don't know what games are coming out.
I don't know.
What do you think? I do this for a living? Only part time. But full time hours. Same, but not same.
I definitely anticipate games. Like the last time I anticipated a game coming out was whenever they were remastering Medieval.
Okay. So you know what? I will accept that.
Yeah,
because you're not.
They remastered Medieval and Spyro and Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, you're not like a big gamer, but you respect it and you appreciate it for what it is as an art.
Yeah.
So I will. Yeah. I know it's already out, but I will accept that as a valid answer.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Yes, yeah. I love all of every time Jonathan's like, oh, they're revamping such and such game that I used to play. Yeah, I'm all over that. But those are the 3 that I played growing up. And well, not just those 3, but Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, and Medieval. I was so fucking stoked that they remastered them because that was my shit.
Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to the new Elder Scrolls. Kayla kind of trolled me the other day because I thought I was getting the ability to pre-order a new console. And they were completely sold out on pre-order at GameStop up the road.
Oh.
Yeah, I was pretty upset about that. But, you know, what you gonna do? Laugh about it and move on.
Or that.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh, the Xbox is available." I'm like, I want the PS5, but I can get the Xbox and just go ahead and have it. Okay. And I get up, I like hauled ass. I made her come with me. Came home and I changed. I was like, "Get in the fucking car, we're going now." And we get up there and I'm like, and then the guy's like, "Yeah, bro, how can I help you?" I'm like, "So I came to pre-order the new Xbox," and he's like, "Oh, bro, we're out. We've been out for a while." I'm like, the sign, and he goes, it says that they're not available. Woman, you misread the sign. And that was how that day went.
Oh my God. I came to pre-order the new Xbox. Sorry, buddy.
And then the whole day after that, I was like, Kayla's a fucking liar. Anytime like we were around other people, I was like, she's a liar. Don't listen to her.
Don't listen to anything she says. She's just trying to order her food at a restaurant.
I looked at the sign on the way out of the store. I could see how she misread it. Like, it did look like it was saying like the Xbox S was no longer available, but the Xbox One Series X was still available. Like, yeah, it looked like, based off how it was written, like the graphic, it looked like the cheaper one was sold out and the more expensive one was still available.
Okay. Kogan, that's what I'm looking forward to. Pokemon Snap. Because I am a child.
I didn't hear about that. I'm enjoying my alcohol too much. I love this beer can. Hold on. I want to show you guys this. Look at this. I love this.
It's really pretty.
Yeah.
She looks like one of your tattoos.
And it says Teddy on her neck. I wonder if this is like a shout out to my boy. Never mind. See what I'm saying about dark fucked up humor? I'm not going to finish it. You guys know his name. And I was going to be like, shout out to my boy, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, he's not your boy. He was a serial killer. He probably would have killed you.
Oh, God.
And this is where,
but I mean,
it's really quiet. Anyways, though, that's what I thought of whenever I seen this. I was like, oh, okay.
Wasn't it Ted Bundy that had all kinds of women that still simped for him?
Oh, to this day, women simp for Ted Bundy, like to this very day. Oh my God, Dad didn't get it.
So maybe.
Oh, that Teddy. But yes, that Teddy. And that's what I thought of whenever I seen it. I was just like, oh, Ted Bundy. I don't know why. Like, I was like, oh, Ted Bundy. Okay, cool.
Because your brain works that way, and word association is really fun until it gets dark.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you about the time that I called Kayla a cunt?
No.
That was, we haven't fought in like years because we just like take life super easy. But I remember one time we were playing Grand Theft Auto online. Yes, Grand Theft Auto. And we were playing GTA 5 on PS4, and it was during the holiday season, and they were doing a holiday special where it's snowing in Los Santos. And she was like, I was trying to teach her how to drive, and she wasn't listening to me. She was getting really mad, and I was like, listen here, you fucking cunt. She was like yelling at me on the PlayStation party, and so like I yelled that at her, and she's like, fuck you, Dan. Fuck you, Daniel. I fucking hate you. And then she just leaves the party chat. And I was in there with Cool Breeze. Like, you know Cool Breeze, right?
Yeah.
I was in the chat with Cool Breeze and my buddy Teray, who I worked with at the time at GameStop, and they were just like, oh, you fucked up. And that's all they said. They're like, oh, you fucked up. And then it got really quiet in there and awkward. And I was like, I'm going to go try to kiss her ass. And it didn't work. She wouldn't talk to me. And she's like, and then
Jonathan called me.
And later we talked about it, and I was such a fucking idiot. Because, like, again, on the spectrum. She finally told me, like, she's like, I'm mad at you because you called me this. And I said, but you were being one.
Daniel.
And of course, that didn't help at all. But later on, she was like, yeah, I was. Like, so it's like, did you see the video I sent you on TikTok earlier today?
No.
About the spectrum? Okay.
No.
Are you on Jonathan's computer right now?
Yeah.
Okay, get your phone and
I'm
go
on
to
my
your
computer.
TikTok and watch the video I sent you and read the message that I sent afterwards.
Okay.
I know you guys in chat are like, oh my God, Dan's still alive after that. This was, I want everybody to understand, this goes back to like 7 years ago or 6 years ago. Whenever I was a very different man. We talked about me and my evolution as a man and being real loving and understanding and does that not seem kind of like me in some ways?
But some of the stuff doesn't fit. Like, not malicious, not plotting, but has no empathy. Makes comments that may be true, but they're so brutally honest that it really hurts you.
Yes!
Like, I'm too truthful to the point I hurt people's feelings.
Something isn't clicking. I just described my husband, who I've been with for 20 years.
Her eyeshadow's banging.
That's why I was like saying that. I might actually be legit, like pretty far on there.
Yeah, I think all of us are. I say all of us as in like at the very least are like our group of
me and you
us.
definitely are. Yep, that was a good fucked up 10 out of 10.
Me and you definitely are.
John said, I wish I could find the video of Kayla coming in the room and taking his Jack Daniels away from him. Best 10 out of 10 fucked up moment. Okay, so I was playing Dark Souls and I was playing Drunk Souls. And at that point, I'd had about, I don't know, like 50 shots of liquor. Like almost drank an entire bottle of Jack. And I was in the stages of blackout drunk and I was getting really loud and obnoxious. And Kayla came in and grabbed, like, I'm holding the bottle like this, pouring another glass. She goes, give me that fucking bottle of Jack. You're fucking done. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm just mad she took the bottle away. I'm not even mad that she's like yelling at me. Again, this is like when I was alcoholic, like in a really dark, not alcoholic,
heavily medicating.
Yes, not alcoholic like I'm having fun. Like alcoholic like I'm depressed and I want to kill myself from how much alcohol I'm drinking. And like I wanted to die. Like that level of alcoholism. And I'm like really mad about it. And Kayla used to have to hide bottles in the house and stuff from me. Like the other day I found a bottle of Jack randomly and I was like, what the fuck is this here for? And she's like, holy shit, I forgot that was there. I hid that from you like a year ago. Yeah, like I like she used to be bad. And yeah, she came in the room and it's funny now, but at the time it's kind of sad. But yeah, she came in and just like ripped this fucking bottle of Jack Daniels out of my hand that I've been drinking on all night. Yep, almost daily drunk streams. Yep. Hogan was here for those. And now I just casually drink on Thursdays. I might drink like a 6-pack. Exactly, John. Speaking of, cheers.
Yes!
Cheers on defeating alcoholism with more alcohol.
Yay! Yeah, when Jonathan tried to explain to one of his family members that like 8 years ago, when we were going through like one of the hardest parts of our relationship, we were just not nice to each other. They had a real problem with who they thought I was at the time because of the report they got from him. And he was like, yeah, at the time I was an alcoholic, like a raging alcoholic. And they tried to say that because he drinks now, he couldn't have been an alcoholic then, that recovered alcoholics don't drink. And he was like, that's inaccurate. That's not true. It's just not. It's just not a problem now. She was like, so you're, I can't even remember exactly what they said, but yeah, well, I've already said she she just didn't believe
the gender, so I might as well say the name. No, I'm just kidding.
She said, or she just didn't believe that he could have been an alcoholic then and have had a problem and not have a problem with drinking now. And it's like, because
yeah, if I've thought about where my alcoholism stemmed from, and like I've never really publicly shared this part. Obviously, the death of my friend made me very, very depressed, and then also the depression of like accepting my parents' situation, which I'm not going to go into. But long story short, they're not together. They were married for 23 years. Year after year after year, one person, not my mom, was being unfaithful, and a lot of other things that I've actually honestly recently learned. But thank God I'm not, like, as we were talking about, an alcoholic. You can still drink and not be an alcoholic. Some people just, they never learn that tolerance or control. But the other thing would be, and actually John knows who I'm talking about, I never recovered from a breakup until very recently, which is weird because I never had feelings for that person. I always thought I was like messed up until I met you, Sam. I always thought I was messed up though, because I always think about this person, and not in like a romantic way, but like more in the sense of like, I realized all the like really fucked up shit that I did or said or behaviors. And I'm like, I just want to go back in time so I can redo those and do those differently. Even if it means still breaking up, I'm cool with that. I just want that person to be left with a better interpretation of who I am, which me and that person have talked very recently, and that person has forgiven me for those behaviors. And we talk all the time now. I say all the time as in like every other month or so, we'll just check in on each other. And it's nothing more than just, hey, I see your child is doing this, and your husband's doing this. Cool. I'm super stoked for you. And vice versa with my streams and stuff. And we move on. But for a long time, I wasn't over to break up. And it was more of like, what could I have done different to be a better person? And it like, I used to like really dwell in that really bad. And not just with that person, with a lot of the girls, but like this person in particular.
That's I feel like it's a lot more common than people think, and they give themselves shit about it, especially if they have a really great partner in the present. Like, I took a really long time to get over or to process through and put to rest a breakup from a decade ago, over a decade ago.
Yeah, this was over a decade ago. This was in high school.
But
when I say John, like John knows because we were all in class together. Like he's seen this whole breakup go down and stuff from an outside perspective. It was pretty rough. And to be honest with you, while I brought a lot of the stuff on myself, I still got a lot of outside mistreatment from people that didn't really know the whole story, where they heard one side and not the other. And I was very alienated after this breakup for a very long time by people. In the long terms, it wasn't a long time, but it felt like a long time at the time. It was like 6 months. But 6 months in 12th grade and none of your people that you thought were friends talking to you, that's a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Which also plays into now. Yeah.
Yeah, as I'm telling this story, I'm like, it all makes sense. I've been fucked up my whole life.
and then there's a sense of like empowerment.
All right, we gotta quit making self discoveries because Raz is gonna start charging by the hour on these podcasts. But I'm just
like, money.
But that goes into that funny story I told the other week about how the girl after that I dated clearly just to get laid. And then and then whenever like I was seeing all the like immature tendencies, I like was seeing this other girl, which I was not messing with. I just want that to be clear. I was not cheating. We were hanging out as friends, and it like was an epiphany, like, holy shit, I like this chick. She accepts all these flaws, and at the time it was just her like masking her own flaws with my flaws. And we were both just immature in that sense, but put her in the car. We drove to this other girl's house and got my Xbox 360, and I dumped her in the driveway and got in the car with this other chick and drove off. And now, I've thought about that too. That's like some other of my alcoholism. Like I've thought about that. Like I fucked this person up. Because like some stuff that happened to her in her life after that, up until about a year ago is the last time I heard anything from this person. Like she made very poor choices after that. And I feel like that's my fault. So it's like, I've done a lot of shit where I'm like, I joke about it now, but I think that's where I'm different than most men. I will admit it that and I feel very guilty. And at the end of the day, the only thing that makes me really feel, I don't want to say better, but content with my life is realize that at the end of the day, we're still responsible for our own decisions.
Yeah.
All the decisions she made after that, even though it was a really horrible thing for me to do, she still was the one in control of her own life. She chose to do something else.
That's what I was gonna say. I can blame a lot of things on my ex. I can say, like that he contributed to a lot of different things. The way that I see myself and the way that I carried myself for a second. But I mean, decisions that I made after him, even decisions I made during our relationship, because I got to a point where I just didn't care anymore. And so if he was going to cheat, I was going to cheat. I just didn't care. And I can't I can't sit here and go, well, he made me cheat. Like it's his fault that I cheated. No, I cheated because I felt like fuck the moral gray area. Like I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do because he's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
And you just made a poor choice.
I made a poor choice.
In that moment.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, I mean, if I could.
You know what's interesting is that we're having this conversation, and I'm not cutting you off. I'm just saying it's interesting. I'm having deja vu, but it's not because me and you've had this conversation in my mind. I had the same conversation with my mom. You remember that like really serious thing that I told you that I found out the last time we seen each other, but like I didn't want to publicly like share it. And if you don't remember, that was a long time ago, so it's okay. And if you don't remember, I'll tell you later off stream. But same thing. Told me the same thing. Like she made a poor choice in that moment. But it ultimately led her to where she is now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, if I could go back, well, like you just said, all of my choices have led me to where I am. So I can just say that there are things that I've done that I see where I like lacked in growth and where I lacked in compassion and how I don't want to repeat those same things again. So I don't necessarily have regret for things that I've done, which can sometimes sound really shitty, but I don't really have room for regret and shame. Like I've done what I've done, and all I can do now is own those things and be better than what I've been before.
Hell yeah. And you're killing it.
Sam is the Speedman back.
You're killing it. I just want to say
the Speedman.
that.
I'm killing it. Thanks.
Yeah, you're killing it.
Det caught me looking for the spider in my room. She knew what I was looking around for.
Your ex, but I know your ex because. Do you want to tell the fun, interesting story of how we actually all know each other? Because I don't feel like I should be entitled to tell this story because obviously I'm just an outside viewer or like receiver of the story.
Oh, Kayla and I, Dan's lover.
Sorry, I had my beer in my mouth, but I was like, ooh. Okay, go ahead. Adam, it's a funny one. It is a pretty funny story. But I also have my own like outside perspective story to tell of this that's really funny too. So go ahead.
So I was dating a person who told me that we were exclusive and then told Kayla that he was single and that I was a crazy bitch trying to live in his house. And so I found out that he cheated and he was telling her the whole time that he was single. Anyway, so I hated Kayla because he told me that she was like, she just kept pursuing him and that he was just so enamored with her. And I was like, I'm going to kill this girl for this fucking scumbag asshole. I'm going to kill this girl. So 2.5 years goes by and we end up having a class together. And this is after an incident where he had hung out with her again after he told me he wouldn't and showed up at my house drunk after they hung out, proceeded to try and throw up in my laundry hamper and then threw up in my bathroom sink. While he did that, his phone buzzed. I thought maybe it was his roommate I was going to tell to come and pick him up. It was not. It was Kayla saying that it was nice to see him. And I was like, that's it. And so I drug him out of my house after he put me in a headlock and I had to throw a few haymakers into his ribs and bruise him up good. Pulled him out into my yard, had his roommate pick him up, and then we got back together again a couple weeks later. Anyway, so a year passes after that, and me and Kayla end up having a class together, our very first class together that we've had this entire time we've been on the same campus. And I saw her, and at this point, I was done with my ex, but still with him. And I walked into the class, tried to smile at her the whole time. She thought that I was being fucking crazy and menacing. I thought that I was trying to show her I came in peace. After class, I said we needed to be friends. She agreed because she didn't want to get her ass kicked because I threatened her life over voicemail the night that she and him had hung out. Oh my God. Anyway, she was the first person that I told that I wanted to leave my ex. And she was like, I'll help you pack tonight. Do you want me to come with you right now? And that's how me and Kayla became friends. And then Facebook randomly friended Dan from me. I'm not that girl. I don't send out friend requests to people who are dating friends.
Yeah. I randomly got a friend request from her. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, because it said mutual friends or something. And it was like some way you knew Kayla through mutual friends or something. I was like, okay, well, sure. I mean, if they're friends, I'll be friends with her. Sure. What I didn't really think anything more of it. And then I brought you up and she goes, do you remember that such and such guy? And I was like, oh, needle dick. So when me and Kayla first got together, we talked about like all of our exes and stuff. this is like where I know and understand why there's like super insecure men and like what it stems from, because like this is one of those insecure men conversations I had with her back then. Who are all your exes and when and like blah blah. Now I'm just like, I don't fucking care, whatever. I know where you come at night. On this dick. No,
like, come on.
No, but anyway, so hey yo. So anyway, so yeah, so she was telling me about this person, and I was just like, this dude sounds like a really piece of like a big fat piece of shit. That he must have a massive cock, is what I'm thinking. And she's like, actually no, it's like the smallest one that I've ever messed around with. And I was like, oh, needle dick. And then like I remember one time he was being a piece of fucking shit on her Facebook to somebody, and I straight up was on there and I was like, bro, shut the fuck up, needle dick. And she was like, no, you can't do this, dude. And so all this time passed, and then I met Sam, and she told me about all this shit. Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. And she told me about all this shit, and I'm just like, reverted back to my old self. Like, yeah, fuck this dude. He's got a little dick. Fuck this guy. But I remember one time she applied for like a teaching job, and it was like she had the interview, and I was like, oh, great, you got the interview? And she's like, oh, yeah. And so I'm like, oh, cool, what school? And then she told me, and she goes, one downside. And I was like, what? And she's like, such and such teaches there. I was like, fuck no, you're not teaching there. I don't care what you do, job-wise. I don't care where you work. You will not work with this person. And that was the insecure part of me, because me knowing me now, I'm just like, I got this shit on lockdown. And it's not because the dick game. It's the beard gang. It's the beard game.
It's what that mouth do.
It's what that mouth do. It's kind of like this TikTok I seen the other day. And it's in regards to the gray sweater or sweatpants trend on TikTok. And this girl goes, she goes, don't wear no gray sweatpants if you can't feel the front. Or something like that. And this dude like does like this reaction to it, or like duet or whatever they call it on the app. And he's like, first off, don't come up in my DMs if you got some damn saltine cracker ass looking teeth. And secondly, I got a 2-inch dick and a 6-inch tongue, and I know how to use both of them. And I'm gonna tell you what, that's my life motto. Got a 2-inch dick and a 6-inch tongue, and I know how to use both of them. And with that sole really joke alone, I think I may have saved Renegade and Raz's marriage, because I gave the best advice you could possibly give to people.
Sit on his face.
Sit on the beard.
Sit on his face. Just do it, Sam. Just sit on his face. Just do it. Do it one time and you'll want to do it forever.
It's true, though. I tell people all the time, you think she's actually happy with me? I just let her sit on my face.
Let her sit on my face. Oh, man. Yeah, now it's randomly, sometimes Jonathan will be doing anything random, anything mundane. And I'll be like, oh, man, you know what I want? And he'll be like, sit on my face. You want to sit on my face? Or you want to hop on this dick?
I wanted ice cream, goddammit. But now I'll take
I wanted to go buy.
Can I ride your face to town and get this fucking ice cream?
Can I lap up this ice cream cone while you lap up my ice cream cone? No, that wasn't a good one. I didn't like the ending.
I'm a fat man. I know how to eat, lol. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. I love it. People used to always ask me, what's the key and success story to a magical beard? And I say, you got to just put some milk on and let the cat lick it off. And when I say that, I don't actually mean like an actual cat. I mean like let a cat sit on your face and like sweep it around. There is a secret.
Oh, God.
Woo! Just think if I wasn't a
shit.
solo project having this conversation, I'd get let go right away. Yeah, for those of you that do not know, as of Sunday night, I am no longer a member of Elevate. I'm a free agent. That means I can talk about whatever the fuck that I want, which I really didn't give a shit before. I still did it, but technically there was a lot of things I talked about I wasn't supposed to. So I'm very happy where I'm at.
No risk.
Oh, I'm probably blacklisted off of a lot of like esports stuff. I got fucked out of a lot of stuff that I shouldn't have got fucked out of, but I don't want to badmouth anything or anybody. But yeah, there's a lot of shit that I should have had opportunity and I didn't get that opportunity. And you know what? I'm doing what the fuck I want and I'm having a good time. And you know what? Here's the best part. You can look at it and go, damn, Dan isn't shilling that shit and making profit off of this stuff. Dan's doing this because he fucking wants to. I just don't have a viewer base.
Is that you are doing what you want to do, and this is where it was meant to lead. You were meant to get fed up with that and finally do your own thing and grow your own thing. Because I'll tell you what, me and Jonathan have talked about it.
You what?
Daily almost. We've talked about it almost daily since you started the stream team, how big this is going to be. Like, and you know, Jonathan, he is not someone who's like, I have a really good feeling about this, because he's a realist and he doesn't want to speak on like hopes and dreams and shit like that. But even he has been like, this is about to be something. I feel like we are creating something big by doing this. This feels really big.
Oh, you're talking about like the Beard Gang community team?
Yeah.
Thing? Yeah, I mean,
and as long I have a bone to pick with you.
Okay.
As long as you keep saying that you don't have the viewer base, or that you're small, or that you're this or whatever, and I'm not talking about your peen.
I was gonna say,
then that's what you're going to pull in. That's what you're going to pull in. You have to pull in abundance. You have a growing, wonderful, magnificent community.
I'm definitely a grower, not a shower. But
I'll accept it.
I always start small and then double in size.
Well, when it comes to content creation, maybe you should focus on the fact that you are a grower and not what you're currently showing.
A growing, wonderful, magnificent, heart-throbbing community. I can't even stand up after that one. I might poke my own eye out. I mean, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Sam, carry on the conversation.
Hey, guys. We're talking about penis. Penis. Last night, my cousin and I've driven back and forth from Central Tennessee to Southwest Kentucky 4 times this week. And last night, my cousin and I were fucking delirious driving back, and we ended up taking a bunch of back roads instead of taking the freeways. And something on one of the back roads inspired us to start talking like deep south southern like hillbillies. And we carried on a conversation for like 45 minutes. But at one point I said the words, I was playing the part of a character we had just made up named Randy McGot, who had got and went straight to hell. And back roads are the best. And And Randy's speaking from Randy's perspective about getting railed by the devil. And I said the words, the devil stood behind me with his throbbing penis betwixt my butt cheeks. And I still can't stop laughing about it. I'll say betwixt my butt cheeks probably at least 11 more times before the weekend is up. That's what she said. Oh. His red throbbing hard. Say at one point I said one word and I didn't mean to say it, but anyway, she was like, "Your Beetlejuice cock." You came in right after I said Beetlejuice cock.
Okay, so it's kind of funny that you said Beetlejuice cock. I don't know what you guys were talking about, but please look at the TikTok I just sent you. Please watch it. It's so suiting to Beetlejuice cock. I promise.
I was talking about the characters that me and Cassidy made up last night while we were driving back to Kentucky. And one of the characters' name is Randy McGot. And he got and went to hell. And the devil stood behind him with his hard cock betwixt his butt cheeks. And then we started like giving adjectives to the penis that did not. Writhing was the word. And Cassidy said, "What do you have? A Beetlejuice cock." What is this? Oh, is that Jason Derulo? Yeah. What the fuck?
Just keep watching it. His reaction is just perfect.
Up.
Yep.
What is she eating?
It's a
What is that?
It's a mussel. It's a form of mussel. Like a species.
It's a mussel, all right.
Yeah. I didn't know you could do that. I thought it was like a snail kind of thing, but it's like a form of mussel.
He took a big ass bite out of it and it squirted everywhere.
Yep. So I have a question for you.
Lord. Okay.
Have you ever learned how to do something with the intention of like trying to impress the other person in hopes that they would be interested in you?
Does it count if I still do it with Jonathan?
No. I like, and it didn't lead to anything. Like, it didn't lead to anything at all.
Okay.
Like, what's
I was
the
gonna
most
say,
ridiculous thing you've learned how to do in hopes that it would lead to something more with somebody you were like crushing on?
Oh.
Razor
sex
clams.
for me.
Oh my god, Det. Oh my god. Damn it, Det. Don't catch that line. She's cute. Just being real. Dad is cute.
She's super fucking cute. Jonathan made a joke about her being I don't know how uncomfortable this is going to make her feel. Jonathan made a joke about her being about her being a third, like a unicorn in our relationship, and I was like, "Yep, I would take Det over and over again every day." Anyway.
That's a compliment because TBH, Det would take me. Det. Jonathan would take me and Sam would take Kayla. So that's a compliment.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I just like popped the shit out of my neck. I wish you guys could hear that. Fuck. I need to hook up this Yeti mic because it like picks everything up. I need to hook this up and like record popping my neck sometime. You've heard it.
pops loud.
Yeah, she's done like therapy basically on my neck, where like I was getting really bad blood flow, and she like massaged my neck, and then I just literally just did this and popped it, and it like went all the way down, and then it just it popped so well that I went white because like the blood rushed so quickly down through my spine. But that was also because you gave me a crazy, insane, good like neck massage.
And you were pretty full off of a bologna sandwich.
Yeah. Okay, so
you've never gotten that before. Okay, so I haven't ever learned anything.
I've seen Det like on Snapchat and stuff. Det is really cute. So that's a compliment. Agreed. For sure. Like that Jonathan said that.
Yes. Sorry. I realized that you said about Jonathan. I was like, oh wait, process that and then answer. I've never learned anything in hopes.
When I say this, I don't mean like sexual adventure. It just mean like to like gain the attention of somebody.
Never anything. I've never done anything. I've always just been my awkward self. Yeah, I say though, like that's why I said, does it count if I still do it with Jonathan? Because I'll do things to make Jonathan go, oh, like I pay very close attention to like Pokemon because I want to be able to be like, oh yeah, that's a Gengar, and him be like, okay, I see you.
I would say I would say that.
Or I'll pay like really close attention to like football and like draft stuff that he talks about so that I can bring it back up again later. And he'll be like, ooh, yeah, I fucking love that she understands what I'm talking about because I'm just like.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I did not specify current or pre-existing relations. So we'll take that. You want to know what mine was?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know a person named Kirby from UTM?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kirby starts with an L last name. Okay. She was dating her current husband, but I didn't know. And I asked her to hang out, and I was like, "What are you into?" And she was like really into knitting, and I learned how to knit in hopes that like I could like bang this chick. I hope that it would lead to something more. She has really big boobies, and I liked her boobies, and I wanted to see her boobies. And I was like, I want to learn how to knit. This chick will think this is so hot that I want to learn how to knit. And like we're knitting and we're talking about all kinds of shit, and she's like, "Oh yeah, my fiance," and I'm like, "God damn it, get the fuck out of my house." I didn't
knitting needles with you. I don't need all this yarn.
I didn't kick her out, but I was thinking, I was like, God damn it, get the fuck out of here. Why do you think I really want to learn how to fucking knit? Like, no, get out. I had
needles.
Yeah, I had a major crush on this girl, like a huge crush on her. And I learned how to knit.
Man.
So I know how to knit because I had a crush on a girl and I wanted to impress her.
That's really adorable. You learned how to fucking knit of all things.
Yep.
That's pretty cute.
That's knitting and what's the other one? It's like
crocheting.
So is crocheting with a single needle?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know how to crochet, kind of, and I know how to knit.
Nice. I also know how to crochet, kind of, and I definitely know how to knit.
So, like, I tell you, make me a wiener sock, but I actually know how to make one. I just don't want to do it.
I'll make you one with big, thick yarn, so it'll be, like, real cozy and
doesn't
warm.
need to be that big, because it's not very big. Remember, I got a 2-inch dick and a 6-inch tongue.
Got it. I'll knit you up something toot sweet.
Okay. I just need a Tootsie Roll. Appreciate it. John throws knitting needles. It's very true. Very true. I'm a realistic person. I'm not going to lie. You will never catch me lying talking about stuff like this. This is all true stories.
Oh my God. That's so fucking funny.
So it's Halloween.
Learn how to knit. Oh,
I did.
yeah.
I learned how to knit in hopes that I would impress her and maybe I could like lay a move down on her. And I think she laid it out there that she was not single when she was picking up the hint that I was like really vibing her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We tend to do that. We tend to pick it up and go,
Yeah,
something random about my boyfriend.
Yeah, which I will say I respected it. I didn't pursue it beyond that, but I did play it cool, but I was really fucking mad. So I was like, really? You think I invited you to my apartment to teach me how to knit or crochet because I actually wanted to fucking learn this? Which actually I'm glad that I learned because it's just a cool thing to know how to do. But at the time I was like, I was like really mad because I was like, oh my God, are you serious right now?
I put all this energy.
I'm a single dude in college. You think I would if you think that I would be want to learn how to knit over being at a party right now or like smoking a joint or skateboarding, you're crazy.
I'm going to knit my cock sock, ma'am. Do you know how to make a fleshlight? What kind of yarn do I need?
Cock sock, I mean, get on this dick. You know what's funny though?
Dan's a matchmaker.
Dan is a matchmaker though, can confirm. Bro, I just want to see people fucking love each other, man. I want to see people happy and smiling and getting to bust their nut.
Yes.
Dude and chick. And Sam can vouch because I've definitely given some tips to help her get her rocks off before Jonathan's.
It's true. I didn't know that the top of my head could tingle that way.
I'm going to be real. Like, this is Dan getting real on his fucking podcast. Because we're talking about all kinds of sexual exploration. I really mean it whenever I say, I'm a man that's realistic. I know that I don't get my woman off just with my wiener. It takes a little extra work. I'm a realist. And you guys think I'm joking about when I say, like, I'm a grower, not a shower. I know what I got going on. I just know how to use it. All right? I'm not lying about that shit. And I won't make that shit up. I will never try to overemphasize who I am to try to impress somebody. I'll just tell you the truth. You know one of my pickup lines in college were?
What?
And yeah, I'm gonna tell you this, and you're gonna laugh because you're gonna go, "Oh yeah, that's definitely you. That's a Dan statement." I'm uncircumcised. Have you ever seen what that looks like?
Though.
And 9 times out of 10, they would go, "Oh, I'm kind of curious to see what that looks like." And it worked.
Yeah. For something like that. I would have fallen for something like that.
Just saying, just saying. So, take a drink.
He had a choo-choo train tattooed on the side of his dick. Did I want to see it? And I said, yeah! Choo-choo. All aboard, motherfucker!
Never want to overpromise and underdeliver. That's a very true statement. I'm aware of what I've got going on. And I'm a firm believer too. Like, take care of the woman, she'll take care of you. Well, and that can be applied to any significant other. If you a bro with a bro, or if you a bro with a hoe, Take care of them, they take care of you. You take care of them, they'll take care of you. That's my motto in life.
Along with the head movements, because they made it better.
Yo, I don't think y'all are the first people that have taken that advice and listened to it and been like, bro, you so right. So another friend of ours, I won't say their name because just out of respect, but I was their roommate once a long time ago. I'll mute myself where chat cannot hear me, and you just say yes or no if you know this person, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
So you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so we were roommates, and one day we were just sitting there, and me and Kayla were sitting on a recliner by each other. And I said, yo, this recliner would be dope as fuck to have your girl just sit on your face because it leaned back so far. Like, obviously, like, I'm joking because how uncomfortable would that be? But like, we were joking. And they were like, no. And I was like, I mean, you could get creative, but if you want to know the truth to like a successful, like, both people are happy, like, I was like, bro, you got a beard bigger than mine. Like, this person's husband, who I'm talking about, his beard is bigger than your husband's. And I was like, I know how big my beard is, and I know how big their beard is. You'll appreciate it. Trust me. And Kayla's like, and then like a month later, we randomly brought it up, and they were like, oh yeah, thank you. And they're happily married. They've been married for 6 years.
The next day, and the recliner's broken. What happened?
I won't lie. I missed that apartment like really bad. That was a cool apartment. You remember where Save-A-Lot was? You remember Save-A-Lot in Martin?
Yeah.
Like across the street from that BP and Little General?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you go down. Remember that side road that like went past it? Like you're coming into like where the BP is going to be on your left, and then the Save-A-Lot's on the right, and you turn right at that road, and then there's those apartments on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, those apartments. And I'm pretty
Baker
sure
Road. I lived off of that road as well.
Oh, we already talked about this. We were neighbors. Me and you were neighbors.
Yeah.
You were in the apartments across the street.
Yeah, and the little duplex.
Yes, the duplexes. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy? We were talking about that earlier. Alternate dimensions and shit happening, and like you're the same person and you're meant to fucking meet, and we were across the fucking street all the way back then.
Right there.
Like
literally within
15 feet across the street.
Distance.
And here we are, best friends. We fucking talk every day. 8 years later, what the fuck?
It's fucking crazy.
Fucking crazy.
It's wild.
God damn it. Now you guys know why I talk till 5 o'clock every fucking day. And we've been live for 4.5 hours.
Holy crap. Yep. Yeah, if you had happened to walk outside the night that I kicked him out of my house, you would have seen the story happen.
Isn't that crazy?
That's fucking wild.
That's
fucking wild.
Yeah. Those apartments were haunted as shit, by the way, might I add you? They really were. Weird shit happened all the time, and I thought it was my roommate, and I talked to him later, and he was like, oh no, that was the landlord's husband. He died like 5 years before, and he built this place, and like the whole time I lived in there, weird shit happened all the time. I just learned to like not be bothered by it. And I remember like before I moved in, the original roommate that I took over for, Like, we'd be in there, like, we'd hear shit up the stairs and stuff. I'm like, oh, it's just Matt fucking with us. And it's like, nope, there's something in the house.
Well, I think Martin. Well, I should just keep saying the city name, Sam. In and of itself,
Martin.
is,
I mean, it's Martin. Whatever.
Right.
It's a shithole.
It's haunted as fuck. I think the whole fucking place is haunted as fuck because everywhere that I lived, and maybe it's because of who I was living with, because his energy did bring a lot of crap.
There was weird stuff there all the time. Like, I lived in Cooper Hall in H3 or H. It was either H3 or H1. It was like when you walked into the suite, it was the first door. And it was the second floor in the corner, like in the, like out the back corner was the, like those apartments they recently built. I say recently. At this point, it's been like 10 years.
Yeah.
But I lived in Cooper Hall, and like I was in there, and my roommate was like into doing seances and stuff, which I don't give a shit. Like, if you're into that stuff, I don't care. As we all know, like, you're a little witchy. Kayla's a little witchy, but I don't know. There's some things I don't play with, and it's probably because of some of the experiences that I had around this time. After my like best friend died, I remember that freshman year, my roommate did a seance, and he wasn't in the room, and I was in there. And I was playing Modern Warfare 2. This really dates how fucking old I was. But I was playing Modern Warfare 2. We're sitting there. And actually, John knows him because the guy's name is Nick. John knows who I'm talking about. All I'm going to say is Nick. And he was my roommate. And he was out and about. And I was playing Xbox. And I'm like screaming and yelling at the TV like I would do. Playing fucking Call of Duty. And out of nowhere, his fucking bag is on the bed on his side of the room, and it flies across the fucking room. It flies across the room onto my side, and I'm like, and it lands by me, and I'm like, what the fuck? And the people I'm playing games with, they're like, what is it, dude? I'm like, you won't believe what just happened. I'm like, what? And I'm like, I don't want to tell you because, like, I don't want to even, like, acknowledge this shit fucking happened. And the energy was
how
like,
I am.
It was so negative energy. Like, it wasn't positive at all. It wasn't like, oh, playful. It was like fucking scary. And I'm like freaking out. I'm like, dude, I'm getting out of here, guys. And I took off the headphones. They were my Turtle Beach X42s. I think. I took them off. I put them down. And when I put him down, he had this amazing, badass looking Cthulhu statue. And I'm telling you, dude, he paid hundreds of dollars for this thing, and it went flying off his fucking shelf and broke. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, he's not going to believe me. That was my first thought, was he's not going to fucking believe me. And I'm leaving. I'm getting out of the apartment. I'm like, fuck this. I'm out. So I go out.
Right.
So I go to leave, and I run into him like at the office, at the, like the main office. And I was like, bro, you're not going to believe what just happened. He's like, what? And I started telling him, I literally tell him what I just told you guys. And he goes, oh yeah, I've been waiting on something to happen. I'm like, what do you mean? And he tells me, he's like, oh yeah, I did a seance like a couple nights ago, but like nothing's happened. So I'm glad to know like something finally responded. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, of course, like at this time, like I didn't know anything about this kind of stuff or like understand it. And I'm just like, fuck this. And I'm like out of the apartment. And then, like some other shit happened later. And I experienced a lot of shit in that place. A lot. One time I was basically the R word living there by a chick. True story.
Really?
Yes, I've never shared this either, but there's this girl, and she messaged me, and she's older than Kayla, actually. She's like probably late 30s now. She's probably 35, 36, maybe 37. She's from the same town, and I can tell you off stream her name, but I won't do it on stream. Anyway, so she messaged me and was like, hey, and she used to be like an RA for like that place. She's like, hey, I'm like coming, I need a place to stay. And I'm like, yeah, you can come stay with me, like whatever. And I'm thinking like, okay, cool. Like I'm really like a oblivious person. I don't catch when people are flirting with me. I really don't. I really don't. Like I'm sure Kayla, like I'm sure we've all been around and Kayla's flirted with me or said something and I'm just like, I brush it off and don't say anything or acknowledge it. And then I'm sure it's like a total like flirtatious thing she's saying. I'm sure that happens.
It's your spectrum.
Huh?
I wonder if it's your spectrum that makes it difficult for you to pick up on those.
What do you mean?
Cues. Like because you feel like because you are so oblivious to when someone is overtly like coming on to you. Maybe it's a little bit spectrum that makes it difficult for you to like pick up on the tone or pick up on the like social cues.
Yeah. So anyway, so this girl is like, clearly this is her saying like, I want to fuck. But in my mind, it's like, oh, I want to come stay with you and you sleep on the couch and I will see my friend. Like I told you, I'm coming there for. So that's how I'm like, right. Cool, you know, like I'm going to sleep on the couch and let her sleep in my bed as a gentleman would. And I mean, and this is the thing, Kayla can vouch for that because we seen each other for like 2 months. And we did movie nights every night. And I slept on the couch in the living room and made her sleep in her own bed. And finally, like the night that we hooked up wasn't even the first night where she was like, come to bed with me. It was like, you can come like sleep in the bed with me. And I was like, all right, cool. And then we got in bed and I fell asleep. That was her cue of like, come bang the fuck out of me, right? And I'm just like,
come in here and get this.
Cool, I'll get in bed. And I fell asleep. And then like the next day I was like, oh, let's watch a movie. And she's like, all right, cool. Come to bed with me. And then like she had to lay the moves down. It like I've never been like the guy to be like, oh yeah. Except for like now that I know that Kayla likes me, I'm like, oh yeah, you wanna like bang, brah? And she's like, oh no, brah, cause I'm tired as fuck. I've gotta teach the youth of tomorrow. So stop being so relatable, please. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm just a vulnerable, normal male. Actually, I'm not normal.
Oh, God.
I'm actually not normal at all.
You're not. You're not.
So she invites me to like bed and oh yeah. So anyways, she with Kayla anyway. So she had to like invite me to bed like 2 or 3 nights in a row before like I caught on like this chick wants to bang me. And then after we like hooked up and did our thing, however many hours later it was, we're laying there and we're just like, it was probably like 5 minutes later, but to me it felt like hours later. But we're laying there and I remember laying there after the first time we ever had sex and I looked over at her and we're just passionately staring at each other just so intensely in the eyes. You know how it is the first time you sleep with somebody, you're just fucking staring them like so intensely in the eyes. And
yeah.
What's crazy is me and Kayla still do that. But I just stared her in the fucking eyes and I looked at her and go, I look at her and go, you sure you like me? It's such a true thing. Like, I swear, you can ask her on her next stream or next time she's in the room and go, did Dan really look at you and go, did he ask you if you really actually liked him? I swear to God, I really asked her. I was like, are you sure you want to be with me?
And that's on anxiety. Yup.
Yep. And this is a woman that doesn't talk about her feelings at all, that just like professed like crazy amounts of love to me, and then like had proceeded to like do the actions to show it. And then like I go, are you sure you like me? Like, okay. But anyway, so the reason though of like not picking up the hints though is, so this girl, I tell her, you know, like, oh yeah, you can come stay with me or whatever. And then I proceed to go sleep on the couch. She's like, oh no, you can just get in the bed. You just sleep in your bed. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And we're watching a movie and I'm laying like where what would be like, I guess, small spoon. Cause like I let her sleep on the inside of the wall because I tend to be a pusher as far as pushing out away from walls. I don't know what it is about like wall sides of beds. That's why when me and Kayla like set our apartment up, we have to put our bed in the middle of the wall so I don't like push her towards push her off the bed if I sleep on the inside. So which now it's like we have our set sides because we've been together a long time. But like I'm talking like when we first started seeing each other. Anybody that's in a long-term relationship, you understand what I'm saying. There's an outside wall person and an inside wall person. And I was the outside wall because I'd go, this was me when I'd sleep. so if anybody was going to be pushed off the bed, it was going to be me. So, you know, I get on the outside and I'm like, we're watching a movie and I fall asleep and I wake up to this chick on top of me. Now, maybe in my sleep I made some moves, but I really don't remember. Honest to God, I don't remember making any moves. But me being me, I just reached, made sure I had the protection on, and I was like, all right, cool. And I just finished it up. I was like, all right, cool. Finish it up while we're here.
Yeah, that is a little R-wordy.
And at the time, I was like, oh, cool, bro, I got laid. But then like years later, I'm like, oh, I got R-worded. And me and Kayla laugh about it now.
She took the consent like away from you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, like I said, I don't know. Maybe I said, like, maybe in my like unconscious self made the move. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I kind of want to contact this person and be like, did I pursue something and you just followed through with it?
Right.
But it's also like,
jack off my and put a condom on me while I was asleep. You R-wordy R-word.
And then I talked to Kayla about it and about the person, and she was like, oh yeah, she's like kind of weird. And I was like, oh, okay. That makes me feel better.
Right.
So whenever people say dudes can't be that worded, I'm like, no, they can. They can. They can. It's a physiological response. I mean, I have had, let me phrase this just right. When I have given massages, I frequently, like whenever I was practicing, before I retired, I would put people to sleep pretty frequently. And I can vouch.
When someone,
as far as whatever's coming after this part of the statement, I can't vouch for that. But like the falling asleep part, I can vouch for that.
Yeah. I could knock people out pretty easily. And when a man with a penis is getting worked on, and like their muscles or their skin or whatever is being stimulated, not even in that area, just they're receiving touch. You have a physiological response to that where your body acts appropriately. You don't have you cannot want it to happen and it'll happen. So people can't say that.
Yeah.
Boys can't get R-worded.
It's like that hard conversation of like, a woman can change her mind in the middle of it. it's kind of the same thing in that sense, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Like,
Definitely. If
that's
we're
the thing.
sharing tea and I don't want tea anymore, you can't continue to make me drink tea.
Yeah.
But
That's the
if
thing
you're
that-
asleep and I want us to drink tea, I can't just throw tea on your face and be like, now we're having tea.
Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Real conversations. I love it so much.
Super real.
And apparently relatable. I love it. Adam's like, quit being so relatable. God, I'm sorry. I'm
Stop
such
that.
a real human being. I know I worry about all the people that actually take the time to watch this because I'm just like, oh no, who is taking in what we're talking about? It always concerns
Hopefully
me.
they've watched enough of it. Hopefully they've watched enough of it. And this is what I had to tell myself earlier too. Like there are going to be some people that pop in that don't know anything about me, that don't already love me to pieces, that are going to be like, this girl's fucking weird. And you know what? Oh well.
I am pretty weird.
Oh well. If
we talk about
I'm pretty weird.
We talk about weird shit.
Yeah. But for good reason. There's weird shit to talk about, and it's cool to talk about it.
I think a lot of the people that find these kind of conversations weird, this is just a genuine observation. I think a lot of those people haven't experienced anything like this.
Just pushing it away so much because they have, and they haven't dealt with it.
Well, that, or they just genuinely have never, they've been sheltered their whole life. They've never experienced anything like this. And I think that's why, like, we attract such a niche audience. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Agreed.
I mean, like a great example is I remember when I lived in Martin, and I remember this was like the last semester, and Kayla was living here. I was super depressed because I missed her so fucking bad. I remember one time I invited my friend to go out to the bars there, and I lived on Lee Street. You remember where that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have boobs. I definitely float. That's so funny because in context of the story, boobs tie into the story. And anyways, though, so I invited my friend over, and I remember we went to, I can't remember the name of the bar, but it was like down by the coffee shop downtown. It was like the
coffee shop.
Yeah, it was like across the street. It was a 2-story bar, like right, like if you looked out the front door to the right, you could see Cadillacs.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't remember the name of that bar. But anyways, the pool tables were on the second floor, and then like the bar was downstairs. Anyways, so I remember we were hanging out there, and there was like these people there. And there was a group of girls with them. I was like, oh, these people are like really cool, blah, blah, blah. And we've been talking and like chatting off and on all night. It's weird to think about that because like I wouldn't just walk up to people now and like talk to people because of COVID-19. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird to think about?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So back when the world was normal and you could walk up to people without the concern of getting sick from just breathing the same air as them. So we're like chatting and stuff, and like I don't know, it was like probably like 1 a.m. And I was like, all right, I'm done shooting pool here. Let's walk down. I was like drunk as shit. And I was like, bro, let's walk down the Cadillacs. Like, this is where all the bitches hang out. Not really. I wasn't thinking that. I was just wanting to get shit faced, and this other place was closing soon. So you walk down there. I remember this girl. She like hit on me earlier in the night, and I was like, oh, no, I'm not like single, I'm taken. And I remember she like talked mad shit about my anchor tattoo. She's like, wow, that's gay as fuck. Only, what did she say? Like, only girls and something else get like anchor tattoos. And I was like, you're a fucking cunt. Like, I got this tattoo because for my friend that died. And because I denied you like earlier and told you I had a girlfriend, like, you're being a bitch. What the fuck?
Yep.
Like, and I know like the shoe's like the other way around, but I feel like men catch such a bad side of that, like publicly, like on social media and Twitter and stuff. But it's like, there are shitty fucking women out there that do that kind of shit. And that's like a real thing that happened to me. I'm like, because I would not like bring you home or offer to buy you a drink or anything, like, you're being a bitch right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's
and what Adam just said, it's not just men that come in like reinforcing all of that, because she wanted you to, basically she got pissed off that you wouldn't validate her sexual existence by putting her before your relationship.
And that was the thing.
She got butthurt because your relationship meant more to you than hooking up with her.
Yeah. I think I even told her, like, she was a total babe. Like, I think I even told her, like, if I was single, absolutely. She was like really attractive, but like when she did that, I was just like, no, like, just no. Like, it wasn't attractive. She was not attractive at that point, Ford.
And those are the women's we don't fuck with. That's right, Dad.
It's interesting because I found myself as I've gotten older, is like, I've gotten older, like women that show their true colors, as far as like, it doesn't matter how big their tits are, their asses are. They show their ass. I'm just like, I don't care. You might have mad head game, but I really don't care.
Mean people suck. And I mean, it sucks whenever you have to take the
Isn't that weird though? Because when you were younger, you'd be like, you didn't care. You were like, oh my God, they're so hot. Like when you're in high school.
Craved intimacy, and like we just wanted to feel wanted. Want and me, hormones. Validate my life.
And hormones. I wanted to bust a nut. I want to see what the vagina feels like.
Man, I go back now and I'm like, my 17-year-old self was not ready to experience the like intense everything that is sex.
Oh, 17? Like 15 for me.
Yeah. Oh.
Yo, okay. So so the 15, I say 15. I was with a girl like 8 months younger than me, and we were each other's first apparently. And I say apparently because I heard like things after me and her broke up, which I don't know if were true or not. I never got a real answer, and I really don't care. It doesn't matter anymore. It's like years later. So even if it was like, oh yeah, it happened, I'm like, it wouldn't matter.
Right.
Me and this person I lost my virginity behind the movie theater in the town we're in. We went and seen some movie. I don't remember what movie it was. And then afterwards, we like waited till everybody left and then fucked behind the movie theater. Swear to God. True story. Like, true story. I say fucked as in all of like 30 seconds, maybe less. So I was like, oh, okay, it's time to go home. But there was multiple times at the local park in like the woods, because there was woods there.
Nice.
On the back road to go to her house, there was like 4 churches. So like in all those church parking lots at some point. There was even one time, this is a true fucking story. We're sitting there doing it and the windows are fogged and we see blue lights flip on and we're naked. And we're like, And I swear to you, like, she's on the seat, on my back seat, laying down, and I'm like on her, and I'm like, and I look up in the window, and I see the officer go. He goes,
tink tink.
and I'm like, and he just wipes the window off, and then he goes, and then just turns around and walks off. Do what?
I said, thank you, officer.
I thought I was going to go to jail that night. Yeah, John, because I drove you by that church. I drove you by that. John knows because when I went and picked him up to build our computer, I drove him by that spot and told him the story.
Man, my virginity loss was an adventure because my boyfriend at the time, we'd been together for 8 months, and he wanted to be real sweet about it. So he set up like candles and shit all over his room. His parents were out of town. We were like just going to go over there and make love. And he got condoms from our friend and took like 5 minutes in the bathroom and finally came back out of the bathroom and walked up to me and like rained down upon the bed in front of me a bunch of opened like the wrappers of condoms and a bunch of busted condoms. And he was like, and I said, what the fuck is this? And he goes, my dick's way bigger than Jeff's.
Oh my fucking God.
He was like, we got to go to the store. I need bigger condoms. And I was like, what? Maybe we don't need to do this. And so we had to go up to the store. We had to go up to CVS at like 11 o'clock at night. I don't know what fucking time it was. And we're checking out. And the woman behind the counter, he puts down a fucking like box of Trojan Magnums. And the woman behind the counter picks them up. And to her credit, I mean, he was like a scrawnier little white dude. So like, I understand why she gave him the look that she did, but she looked at him and she went, are you sure you need these? Looked back at her and grinned and he goes, well, I busted all the regular size ones I tried to fit into tonight. So, and she just went and put it in a bag and said, have a great evening. And we left and I was mortified.
You know what's so funny about that? That's so funny you tell that story, but like we were out of condoms, and for those of you that don't know, me and Kayla, we're very preventative. Like we're both very selfish right now in the sense of we at least don't want to have kids before we're married, and I just don't want any little Dan bastards running around while I'm trying to make content for you guys. I mean, I would fucking annoy him, would be like, Dad, while I'm telling this story about how like we like fucked or something, and like, Dad, Daddy. Like, I'm like, oh, well, I gotta pause on the story so I can hold little fucking Jimmy. I don't know what I'm gonna name my little bastard. That's what I'm gonna name him, little bastard. But anyways, so we were at this, like, it's so funny because we still use condoms and stuff. And, you know, we've been together for fucking almost 8.5, almost 9 years. We still wear condoms. I'm going to tell you right now, not having the kids better than busting a nut up in that pussy. I don't know. It feels like so much better. I'm a dude. I understand. It does. It feels good. It feels awesome. But I'm okay with not having a little Jimmy running around. And we were at the store the other day. We were like, we got home, and this was after like we got engaged, and she's gonna be mad at me for telling this, but like she was on that time when I asked her, and of course, like the sacrifice I made was knowing, because we've been together for fucking 8.5 years. I knew that she was gonna be on her that time, And I was like, and I still asked her to marry me. And that's what I always joke about now. I'm like, you know, I fucking love you because I still asked you knowing I wasn't going to get none. And so, like, we got back and like, she was not on it anymore. And I was like, and I was out of condoms. Like, I was like, we have to go to the fucking store right now. So we go to the store. We go to the store and I'm like, we go to Kroger and like, I'm like, I'm going to get the box and just go up to the fucking counter and be like, "Ugh," and just put them down and make her like be so fucking weird and awkward. And she's like, no, you can't do that. Don't do that. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So like, I like obviously broke that trust of her thinking I wasn't going to do it, even though I really wasn't. I made the joke that I was. So of course, naturally she assumed that I would, no matter what I said. So we get around there and the boxes of condoms are in like this fucking lockbox where you have to go through a line to get them like opened. And I'm like, we won't buy them here because you think I'm going to make a big deal about buying condoms. And she's like, well, you will. That's what you do. That's your personality. You're just a joker and you're going to make a joke. And I'm like, no, I'm not. This is something different. This is a different scenario. No, I don't trust it. You're going to make a joke. I'm like, all right, we'll go to Walmart. So we go to Walmart and get it. And it's so funny because we go back there. Obviously, it's on the same aisle as like the fucking tampons and shit. Because like, the society has made buying condoms and preventative measures like a shameful thing, just like they shame women for buying tampons and shit for some fucking reason. And
Preach.
It was really fucking funny though. We're in there, me and her as adults, late 20s, early 30s, buying condoms to be preventative so we don't have a little fucking bastard child running around in our house that we don't want. And then, hey, this is how I look at it. I don't have to look at that little piece of shit in 25 years and go, the only reason I'm married to your mom is because you fucking decided you want to swim up in that egg. I'm just being honest. Knowing what I know now, I look at my parents and go, that's the only reason y'all were together. Because my little dumb fucking self decided to swim up in that egg. I don't want to tell no little piece of shit.
We're dumb swimmers.
Yeah, I don't want to tell no little piece of shit. That's the only reason they're here. I was just trying to get my dick wet. I didn't want you. So anyways.
So you're at Walmart.
So we're at Walmart. And we're buying these condoms responsibly. And I'm like, oh, what's the best deal? Like, oh, cool. There's like 40 in this pack for like $20. Or there's like 10 in this pack for like 15. You know, I'm like, value shopping for condoms. Hey, you got to look for the most lays for your buck. I got to tell you. And so we look over and there's this fucking little girl just staring at us with her parents. They're just staring at us. And we're like, why is it such a shameful thing for two adults that are both obviously of age, consenting, going to the store and buying preventative measures because they don't want to have kids?
Right.
The best idea for shopping is not value condoms. That's fair. They were Trojans. They weren't cheap. They were pretty expensive. I'm just talking about best quite literal bang for your buck. But yeah, it was just me and her when we got in the car. I was like, why do people teach their kids? Like, and I even remember being a kid. You didn't talk about condoms. It was just about don't have sex. And my thing is like, why do people not teach their children about how to protect themselves instead of how to just not have sex? Like, while your parents were right, like, you should not have sex till like you're mature and emotionally ready for that because it is a heavy thing. But it's like,
right.
Same with our parents. Why didn't they at least teach us a preventative way to like keep us from spreading a disease or getting pregnant? Or why was abstinence always the option?
Because
like,
Southern Christianity is a rampant thing. Cause Jesus.
Zach, I prayed Jesus would protect you from the demon that is Allie, and you still caved to that demon and you had sex with it. I mean, touched its butt.
But okay, I didn't finish my virginity story.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we go
your
back to the
virginity.
house.
Okay.
We go back to the house. It takes 15 minutes just for him to be able to fully be encased, because it's my first time and his first time, and apparently he's got a fucking warhammer between his legs that I didn't realize, like, because I hadn't dealt with very many penises at that point. And so I didn't really know what I was dealing with. And it hurt so bad. And so it took forever to get in. So by the time I was ready for him to like try like moving in and out, you know, doing the sex, it's like that was it. It didn't feel good. It only hurt. He was only able to pump like 3 times before he was done. And it was just not a magical experience. And then afterwards he was like, "You want to go over to John's house and hang out with him and Tom and Jeff?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Let's go hang out with all of our guy friends." And so we do. And John's got his new dog, who's a male. And John's new male dog humped my leg for the entirety of our visit. So I got humped by 2 different dudes that day.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry to laugh at your pain.
It was the weirdest shit.
You lost
It was the weirdest
and
fucking
leg virginity that day.
I did.
You said it was like 2 pumps and he was done.
Like, geez, Louise. I thought that the very first time was going to be just so beautiful, and it was not. It was not exactly what
If I'm
Adam
being
just
honest,
said.
the most recent times have been the most magical times.
Oh my God. The most
dude.
magical of times happened literally very recently. Like this past week, me and Jonathan
I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't think of like intimacy with Kayla could get much better, but after our engagement, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Art keeps getting even deeper and deeper and deeper. Like every time we are like for a while there, it was every time we were able to reconnect after I had gone through a period of like, I can't be desired. You can't flirt with me. We are friends and roommates. That's basically it. Like we
Yeah.
are friends that kiss sometimes.
Oh, Karika,
But,
there's nothing special about sex. It's all ugly. It's kind of like masturbating. It feels good, and then when it's over, it's done. The difference is another person helps you do it.
Yeah.
It's the same difference
I mean,
otherwise.
Yeah. It's solo masturbation and a partner masturbation. And that's just what it breaks down to.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Fucking first times. First times are not magical.
Not at all.
They're not magical. But some of the other times are quite magical.
Well, the thing
Sometimes
Go ahead.
I cry because I'm just like like we'll connect so deeply during sex that afterwards I'll be so overwhelmed by like just all kinds of feeling that I'm just like I boohoo. Not boohoo. I'm not like bawling
even
in
if
bed.
you do, I think that's okay. I mean, there are times where we get done and we just like, all right, cool, put our clothes back on and I'm going to come in here and stream and you're going to watch TV and go to bed. And then there are other times where we just lay there and watch a movie and fall asleep and we're holding each other. I mean, I think that a lot of people fail to realize like there's different levels of intimacy. There's intimacy on like, I had a bad day at work. I need to bust a fucking nut and I need you to like take one for the team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's realizing like somebody's gonna take one for the team sometimes, and then there's you're gonna take, like, your partner's gonna take one for the team. Then there's gonna be you're gonna take one for the team, and you both win in that circumstance. And then there's going to be like where you're both like into whatever's going on, and you're like really into it, so you're like having like a mutually intimate moment. Because let's be real, the bad day at work, there's nothing intimate about that. It's just, I had a bad day at work. I need to like get my mind off this, and I just want to beat the shit out of something with my dick or my vagina. I'm just being honest.
It's cathartic. It's cathartic. It's a form of therapy in and of itself.
I tell Kayla all the time.
Plus human touch.
I tell Kayla all the time. I look at her and go, I know you're taking one for the team right now, and I really appreciate it. I love you very much for doing that. We're very, like, that's what people don't realize about us. Like, that's why I think that we are on another level of relationship, because we understand each other's needs on different levels from most people, and we also understand our relationship is not perfect. I think a lot of people fail to realize that, like, your best friend doesn't mean you're like, oh, I love you so much. Like, like, you're gonna hate your best friend some days.
Yes.
There are days where you're just like, I just want to fucking.
I'm gonna
fucking kill you in your fucking sleep. Don't fall asleep. And then you're just like, I can't believe I felt that way earlier. Oh my God, they were just trying to do this and that, but instead they did this, and it made them a total fucking douchebag. But they didn't mean to be that way. They were trying to do this, which is really sweet when you think about it. Yeah. And then like the hate fuck turns in like, God damn, I want to ride the shit out of that.
It's true.
And you laugh because it's fucking true.
Yeah.
So there's one thing that Kayla's like, she wants to do one time, and I can't say it out loud, but it is like kind of freaky, but it's like something that has to be done when she's in her last year as being a teacher.
What?
With me, I'm a legal age, I just want to specify. But it is really funny, and it's kind of freaky, and she told me before, it's just not something that's like a regular thing. It's like a one and done kind of thing. I can't hear you. You cut out.
I can't imagine what it is. I thought at first maybe you were talking about butt stuff.
No. So, okay. So Slayer got it right. She wants to like, she told me one time she wants to hook up in her classroom, but it has to be in her like last year. So if anything happens, it doesn't matter anyway. She's already got her like guaranteed like retirement. I'm like, okay, that's fair.
Yes.
It wasn't like classroom per se. It was more like in a ceramic studio.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was
like you guys gonna play Ghost?
No. It's not because of Ghost. Like that's her favorite form of like art is like ceramics.
Yeah.
I knew somebody else was gonna say like Ghost, but no, it's because ceramics is her favorite form of art other than painting. Which we could have.
And Patrick Swayze is a babe.
And well, that's fair too.
You could have some fun with painting.
Yeah.
This is giving me some OnlyFans ideas.
Well, if you ever need somebody to help you with photo shoots, I got you. I can help you with prop design. Whoa, Jonathan, I'm just helping set up, okay? What is that in your pants? Oh, bro, it's just my easel. Chill out, dude.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right, that's fair enough. It's just an easel.
It's just an easel.
Just an easel. Gotcha.
Oh shit. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, no, I had secret, I mean, I guess I can talk about it now because I'm not a practicing practitioner, but that was like one of my secret fantasies was massaging
The
someone.
massage therapy happy ending.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my secret fantasy that I didn't tell anyone until I was dating Meredith, and she was like, "Will you come over and give me a massage?" And then it ended up like being a sexy massage, and I was like, "Yes."
I've given a few of those to one person in the last like 5 years, so it's not like anybody y'all would know or anything.
Shit. Yeah, well, Jonathan got a few, but not because they like went that way, because he's on the table getting touched and he's like, "Okay, now automatic down."
Oh no, you guys used the table that I laid on.
No. We actually used the table that I ended up selling to a chiropractic business.
To be fair though, if you're in an actual couple's household, is anything safe game? You might as well assume everything's been fucked on.
Don't lean up against the counter in the kitchen. Don't sit on the couch. Don't come to the stream room and sit anywhere.
Because you already did it. Oh.
And definitely don't go sniffing around the closet in the spare bedroom where I do my OnlyFans content.
Gotcha. I slept on that couch. You did sleep on that couch. Probably with a couple of my kids.
I can't. You just gotta not think about it.
A couple 100,000 of my children, sorry. But don't worry, I had them aborted. It's fine.
Oh, damn.
I'm being dark, morbidly humor. Okay. Well, we've only been talking for 5 hours and 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. I am traumatized. Shut the fuck up. I built you a computer. Get over it. It makes
How
up
long
for
are
it.
you gonna use that?
How long am I gonna use it? As long as he's using that computer. And you know, something happened last night in my stream, and it made me feel so good. Somebody goes, "I like how wholesome you are," and I was like, "Oh, you don't fucking know me at all." No, but like, from like the perspective of like who I am, though, when it comes to like sex and these conversations and jokes, I'm just realistic, right? Like, people think about this shit all the time, but they just don't talk about it because they're embarrassed. But
Right.
when it comes to like why I do things and why I make content and why you know, when the person said that, I never really thought about that, but at the end of the day, I kind of am. I mean, I don't make any money off doing what I do. I don't shill. You can't buy my loyalty. That's been proven. That's why I'm not a part of anything esports, and I was not offered to renew my contract because I couldn't be bought. My loyalty could not be bought with like, we'll give you this if you stay with us. Like,
Right.
and that's really why I don't have any major sponsorships, because I don't suck their dick. If I don't think something is a good product, I will not attach my name to it. I don't care how big the check is. And whenever that person said that, like, I didn't really think about that at first, but then after some people like were like, "Oh yeah, Dan, so well, whatever," and I thought about it, I was like, you know, I am pretty goddamn wholesome, just in a different way.
Pretty goddamn wholesome. You are, dude.
So it was a big compliment, though. Like, that was like a really good compliment that I got last night. It meant a lot to hear that, or read that, I should say. So,
I love it.
but,
Ugh.
well, I have a question for you.
I have an answer again.
Okay, so it's 3:30 in the morning. Do you have anything else you would like to talk about? I'm fucking tired, and it just hit me really hard.
I'm yawning for hours now, and now my body, like, I've slumped further and further down into this
Same
chair.
here.
Just
I'm like leaning more and more forward like this. But not because like this has been bad, but because as like anytime we hang out, me and you or me and Jonathan, I could talk to you guys for literally, I could probably sit down and talk to you guys for a straight 24 hours. Wouldn't even think about it.
Yeah, I think we could easily do that.
So as far as I'm concerned, I think we should call it here. Unless you have anything else at all you would like to talk about.
No, I am making a free version of my page that will drop this weekend, hopefully.
Okay.
It'll have
previewing like some of your stuff.
Yes, just some once daily posts, while the paid version's going to start getting a lot more more frequent. Oh God, you're gonna get so many more posts each day. Damn words. And a lot more lewdier than lewd material, and probably like quarterly nudes. Weird to talk about it like this, like, oh yeah, you can see me naked for money. But anyway, so yeah, and then the free one will just kind of be like a nice little preview. You'll be able to see what's being offered and the kind of like healing things that I put with the images, that it's not just, porn.
Yeah. And I say this because, and me and Sam are on the same page here, so she knows basically what I'm saying. I don't help really outwardly support or promote OnlyFans. Not because I think it's wrong, but because I have a mindset of, you want to look at porn, I have Pornhub, it's free. I have Google, it's free. But
right.
Sam is the first person that I've met, and there may be other creators out there like her, but Sam is somebody that genuinely provides content to more than just images. She provides a true connection to something within yourself and within humanity and within like the idea of life that is very relatable. From whether you want to admit directly or not, you are a damaged person. Most people are damaged. Here's another person that's experiencing that, and this is their way of working through that and helping themselves while helping you and helping each other. And while I am not subbed to Sam, it's not because I do not support her. It is, when I say subbed, I'm not subbed to her on OnlyFans. I am subbed to her on Twitch.
Yeah.
It is truthfully, and while her husband has told me a million times over, it doesn't bother him. It's more out of respect for them and him, because these are my best friends. These are people that I respect and I think very highly of. And while I know Jonathan, as my homeboy, is like, I don't care. And I genuinely know he's confident with himself and doesn't care. It is a respect thing. It's a mutual respect. And I would hope that that same level of respect would be given in return if the shoe was on the other foot. And my way of showing that support, though, is bringing and giving her a platform, because I could have very easily said, oh, fuck this person. I don't care about what she's doing, and she can just keep supporting me, and I will not give her a platform, while yet she will give me a platform by coming on her streams and talking about me and what we're doing and stuff like that. So I hope people understand that and respect that. And I hope that you guys at least check her blog out, check her podcast out. And if OnlyFans is not something that you're interested in, check those out, because as you can tell, we've talked for 5 hours and 20 minutes.
I've got the gift of the gab. Come see what I talk about.
Yeah. We're both cursed with that blessing. So, but yes, if you're somebody looking for that, though, that more in-depth connection, along with the little bonus, I'll put her links in the description. Make sure you guys check those out. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sam, for being on. It's always a pleasure being your friend and talking to you out in the real world, but to have you on and hang out with you for 5 hours and 20 minutes on a freaking podcast that was only supposed to be like 2 hours long at max. I love it. I love it. So everybody that's in here, I see some people that said they support you and they subscribe to you. And I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart, in the most deepest and genuine way. Thank you for supporting my friend. Thank you for supporting somebody that I do love very, very much. And I appreciate and respect on a level I never thought I would have a friend at. Especially somebody in the different types of like levels of content that they're creating. So thank you guys. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of my stream or my YouTube. And if you're new here, make sure you guys hit subscribe, hit the like button, share with a friend.
Click the bell.
Click the bell, the notification bell for more great content. And go watch the Stream Memes Volume 4. It's a new episode. Next week, guys, we'll be back live. We'll have our 4-man's duo. It'd be a quadro. But there'll be 4 of us next week. We're going to have the other boys back on for our regular show. And remember, guys, tomorrow we'll be live on Twitch at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Raz, I'm going to let you do your shout outs for your links one more time, and then we will call it a night.
Okay. Go over to SeventhChakraSam.com. You can find blog posts. You can find podcast episodes. You can find Twitch clips. You can find all of my other stuff there too. At 7ChakraSam on Twitter, at Sweet Little Rise across everything, and 7thChakraSam on Instagram and TikTok.
Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the love. Thank you for everybody who's been here hanging out active, and the lurkers and the listeners. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow on Twitch at 10 p.m. Everybody have a great night and much love. Good night.